We are back for the PMGO Western Europe Finals. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. Yesterday, we had a monumental day coming through from Hatyara crew, earning over 100 points in a single day's games. That's right. I'm not making that up. I'm not exaggerating. They hit the real one-day century. It is real, and it can hurt you if you're in this lobby.
It exists, and probably is going to qualify Hatyara crew through to PMGO. And I think that is... in its rawest terms, that's how it's going to happen, right? I think it would be very, very difficult now for Hatyara crew to not qualify, even if they continue at like 50% of their potential from this first day. It's so easy for them to qualify here. So I'm definitely wondering how this is going to go down, wondering if it's going to be a big difference maker for some of our teams. Are they going to be pushed through over towards that top two, or is it just one slot that's open now?
I mean, yeah, that is the big question. I think, obviously, the interesting thing is keeping up that momentum, keeping up that steam. Obviously, they were able to play all 6 matches at basically full capacity yesterday. Will teams have investigated what they were doing? Are they going to have been adapting around that overnight, coming into today with a fresh look at how to play against a team like Hatyara crew? Or are they going to be able to run wild again? I think that is the big question that is going to be coming up for us over the next 6 matches, over the next few hours, whilst we slog it out with our 16 best teams here in Western Europe. So fascinating stuff. Some really solid results as well from across the board. I'm sure we'll be jumping into that later on as well. But yeah, Hatyara crew, obviously the name on everyone's lips. They have fought their way through all of these stages on your screen. Our format sits thusly. We are now in the Grand Finals, the PMGO Grand Finals for Western Europe, to decide which 2 teams will be heading to the world stage later on in Jakarta in June. And that is going to be pretty impressive stuff for our top 2 teams to try and take on the best in the world. We've got to send the best in our region to try and have a chance. And of course, this is the middle day of those finals, the 9th. It's the Saturday.
Hey, just in case you were wondering, right?
Hey, some people watch this on a VOD, right? You know, they got to know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it is Saturday today. Is it Tuesday where you are? Who knows? Maybe it is. Catching up, if you are, you're in it for the long haul. I respect that. But I am quite excited to watch today unfold. It's a bit of a different day. We do have multiple rondos on the cards here, and we get to take a look at our prize pool once again. So we got our top fragger as well as our MVP award as well. We didn't really talk about that too much yesterday. I think you mentioned it, John, briefly, but there is more money on the line for being the best of the best. But $6,000 for that first place. You know, I do think that there's a chance that we kind of alternate who comes in first. I don't think it is automatically given to Hatyara crew. I just think it's quite difficult for them to drop out from the top 2 now. It would require a dramatic decrease in performance from yesterday for that to occur. But I do think it's going to be a hard fought second place spot, or second spot at least for PMGO. We've got Boars, we've got the boys over on Kodiak. We have Vincherry Mortem, who kind of didn't step up very well yesterday, but also God's Reborn doing quite well. But it is difficult because with the way the points laid up yesterday, John, it's so even towards the middle pack, right? I think anyone can ascend today.
Yeah, it's really hard to be distinguishing yourself right now from that central glut of teams. If they want to do so, they're going to have to earn a couple of points, and how they can do that is on your screen. It's just flashed away. It's been up for a while. But here are our overall stands. You can see Hatyara crew obviously on 102. But that doesn't take away from the fact that both Boars and Kodiak really also had a phenomenal day, right? A lot of focus obviously on Hatyara crew, but Boars 74 points, Kodiak 68. Those are some of the highest scoring days we've seen over the course of this tournament so far. So brilliant days for them as well, which is only even further exacerbating the flatness of the middle of the lobby that you were talking about, right? We can take our marker of maybe 6th, right, at 32 points. And when we see the next page, we'll be able to get a fair comparison down to 25 points. That's a 7-point difference from 6th to 13th. There's really, really a lot to play for in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, especially a lot of money on the line as well if you're able to get yourself further up on those rankings. It is interesting, though. I think it does bear mentioning, right, that this is a very lopsided lobby. I think it's one of the most lopsided lobbies we've ever covered, John, in terms of skill level, right? I think at the top side of the lobby is an astronomical difference between some of our other teams, where you've got Boards Gaming. Said this even out in the knockouts, is that it feels strange for them to even be here, to be honest. And they have to qualify, so it's, you know, fair play that they are here. It just does feel strange with some of the names on that team playing to qualify for PMGO when they're not already there. But, you know, definitely very deserving to go through, I would say, our Boards Gaming. But then you got Hatyara Crew, Kodiak at the moment. Like, the difference is so wild between these teams and everyone else.
Yeah, there it is. It is a night and day situation. Loco obviously distinguishing himself as a very powerful fragger over the course of the last few weeks in Hatyara Crew's roster. But Calais is no slouch either, obviously being second on those overall MVP rankings right now for our finals. Here's our map rotation. As you said, we've got 2 Rondos, so it's a pretty big bonus day right now. If you're going to make that catch up towards Hatyara Crew, today's the day to do it, with those 2 Rondos giving you that opportunity to do so. It's Erangel Rondo, Miramar, Erangel. So we are interspersing our Erangels. No middle pack of a double Erangel today.
Yeah, and I think that this is the weird one where we do have, I think it's probably 4 Rondos across the board, right? Where we have Rondos tomorrow too, but probably only the one. To have 2 Rondos in today is going to be a massive amount of bonus points given through to a lot of our teams. Obviously, just being able to revive, go again, revive, go again, that is a really big deal in terms of those points, in terms of those eliminations. Having 2 today might mix up those leaderboards a little bit, might give opportunities for some of the teams to rise, but it has, again, still been like some of our similar teams doing extremely well towards that top side lobby who have been profiting on Rondo.
And if you want to profit yourself a couple of UC, well, thanks to BuffBuff, our officially partnered and secure top-up platform, you guys can grab a chunk of change yourself for free. That is right. Obviously, with BuffBuff being a provider of global, cheap, and instant UC, they've decided to give some of it away to you guys. That's right. So keep your eyes peeled in the live stream chats. Codes will be dropping throughout the course of the show for a chunk of that 40,000 UC being given away each time. It is the first person to enter the code that will be able to redeem the UC, so make sure your fingers are faster than everybody else's if you want to see a little bit of that in your wallet. Well, you got to keep your eyes peeled. So do our teams, because they have plenty of players looking to try and take them down left and right. Our first being Erangel. I feel that's, you know, fairly chill, fairly. It's going to be fairly nice to wind up today. But I think our teams are probably going to be hoping to head somewhere other than Sosnovka.
Yeah, we had 2 yesterday out of the 3, which is, and 2 of them were back-to-back, which is very, very unlikely to happen. Both with pretty unfortunate playing paths too. It was a rough day of Sosnovka, and I think it's fair to say that a lot of these teams were a little bit unsure on how to play it properly, with so much of the northern side of Sosnovka just being open every time Kodiak took full advantage. I'd hope, though, coming into today, that there has been a lot of VOD review happening, right? And there should have been from yesterday to today, because this is where you adapt, change, figure things out. I'm expecting, especially here for SWAT Europa, not to continue dropping yellows. I think that they'll likely have found the better place to drop here on Erangel. I think yellows is an okay spot to drop, but it's more like a secondary drop spot, right? It's where you go, things have gone pretty wrong, it's a bad playing path for where we're originally dropping, and we've got no other choice. I wouldn't choose to drop in yellows, personally.
No, it might not be front of the list for a lot of people, but they'll have to make do. If that's what their decision is, that's what their decision is. We can't change their mind. As much as we might think that it wasn't a particularly strong decision, well, we're not in the game, so we'll have to allow them to make their own potentially mistakes as time goes on. So any readjustments needed to come on through, we'll have to wait and see. The rest of the map as well, with plane paths that may allow you to go to different locations, might change things up. I think that the Yasnaya position being oversubscribed in at least one of our Erangels was quite interesting, with the Boars later relocating twice actually to Military Island, which actually paid off very, very well for them in the 2 games that they decided to drop in military on the plane path. But yeah, they were in Yasnaya. They moved down back to Nova, which they played before as well. So it'd be interesting to see if we have a more northern plane path and if the Boars end up going there again.
Yeah, I think that Boars, at least, Rozhok is open. Rozhok is open a lot of the times. Big availability to drop there. And the thing that was what surprised me the most yesterday is that dropping over on Erangel, yeah, I think that you could argue that some of the plane paths were a little bit awkward to play around with, but there was a huge amount of spots on the map which were POIs that were just completely free, completely empty. Players weren't heading over towards that way, which I did find a little bit odd. And I think the reason for that is a lot of teams were trying to take up these long drops, which is fair enough. Just fair enough in a lobby like this. You want to try and take a long drop, you want to play a little bit slower into your game, go for it. That makes a lot of sense to me. But a lot of these central positions, these really important positions on the map, just ghost towns.
It is curious, and it speaks to a lack of flexibility in terms of plan making, right? For our teams, if you have that flexibility, that capability to make a decision on the fly and have multiple plans in your pocket, but these things wouldn't be happening, right? They just wouldn't, because teams would be able to flex into those positions, say, okay, yeah, let's adapt to this situation. It seems a bit more rigid for the majority of the lobby, which is why we're seeing these sort of firm boundaries set around central areas, around really important compounds fairly late in the game, talking into sort of stage 5, 6, that sort of time, where key compounds just aren't occupied several times. It happened yesterday, as you highlighted. Yeah, it's something that hopefully VOD Review can help fix, but it also needs to happen at the drawing board.
That it does, you know, before the games even start, you need to have a little bit of a plan set up, ready to go. And again, starting this game, you'd hope there was a plan to at least try and get a little bit further into these matches for a lot of our teams further down the lobby, because there's multiple times where we have the same teams going down early time and time again, but this plane path, which is going to be going through onto our first map of the day, is super duper easy. This is probably the most favored plane path in the entirety of Erangel for everyone involved. I don't think anyone's upset with this one, so if we are getting positions where teams are a little bit cramped up, that's on them. This is where you can absolutely have plenty of place to play.
Well, I mean, to paraphrase Syndrome, if everyone's favored, then no one is, right? Which is pretty chill on this plane path. We are going to be seeing potentially a Pachinki hot drop on this plane, but we did see that readjustment from yesterday with SWAT Europa leaving that location and doing very, very well on the one circle where it didn't finish Sosnovka. So they're pretty happy about that one. See if that repeats. Hopefully it will. Teams starting to drop out and get in and amongst it. Kodiak seemingly wanting to head back up towards Yasnaya. They've been grabbing that loot truck out near that location fairly frequently. So nice to see that one keeping on going. I'm not seeing the ball. Oh, no, I am seeing the Boars, sorry. They are going to head back down to Novo.
Indeed they are, which is fair enough. I think they quite enjoy dropping down here. They don't really want to deal with Kodiak. I do think that that's more of a calculated decision as well from Boars, where sure you could share Yasnaya with Kodiak, but would you ever really want to risk losing your game early versus one of the only other teams that can challenge you in this lobby? So I think it's completely, it makes a lot of sense that they would drop down towards Novo consistently from now on. Rozhok also taken by Hatyara crew, which is great to see. I think if any team wants to take Rozhok, it will be Hatyara. They have made a name for themselves here. And where did SWAT Europa drop? They are continuing to drop over towards yellows. Primorsk is open. Ferry Pier is free. Please.
I mean, maybe the best case scenario right now is that they're getting vehicles and going towards Ferry Pier, right, to get some loot on board. But they are not doing that pretty decisively. You can see we're on board with Allende, and they are just going to be trash looting. You see the level 1 helmet, level 1 vest. Not prime choice on weaponry potentially as well for our players, but we'll see what they can find, see what they can pull together. The circle does keep that river split in blank up towards the north side of that island. Sort of snakes its way through the middle of this circle, so not fully decided, but more likely to be on the south side of the river than north, but it's a pretty even coin toss right now.
Yeah, I think for this circle, it's not terrible. right? I mean, it is also wild that Severny's not taken. Who am I to judge at this rate? It's Severny be a great spot to play right now. But we don't really have any teams on that northern side. Epsilon Axe currently playing on the edge of Rozhok. Yara crew looked like they were kind of more confirming over towards apartments actually in school, which is it's a lot of space to loot actually. I think that this is where you're trash looting, but you're not, because you're looting in several different trash spots where that loot for a 4-man squad not great. That loot for 1 player on the other hand, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's going to be enough to fill the coffers for Yara crew. And they will have also read the parachutes around them, right? Like, they'll know not too many people dropped around the area, which does open up their opportunities. And sometimes, especially on a circle like this, with the plane path as it's sat, being in Rozhok and staying just a little bit too late can be terminal for your game's performance. So I like the idea, the initiative to move out of Rozhok and not commit to just looting through all of those buildings early. I think it's going to give them some flexibility in the mid-game. To decide which side of the river they want to be going up towards and potentially regroup onto one of several different locations. The question is, when do they go for that regroup, right? And it's when there's pressure on one of those points. Do they give ground on that location, or do they try and reinforce that location? And that's a decision I don't think I can predict right now for them. Obviously, they will have seen the northern scouting coming through from SWAT Europa, and maybe this is where we'll find out what decision will be made.
Lassie in a lot of trouble here, actually, but he's able to get away. The spray down not quite clean enough. Is at a distance, though, so forgivable to miss that one, I would say. I mean, he got a couple of good shots over towards him, but definitely could have been disastrous there for Yara crew early on in the game. So a 30-point buffer at the top of the lobby at 102 points. I think you have at least 3 games just to literally throw away.
Yeah, although it's not ideal if you do, right? It is really not ideal if you do. Sure, we talked a lot about how much of a buffer they have, but that is something that you can spend in worst-case scenarios. But maybe one of those worst-case scenarios is actually going to be slowed down a little bit because Kodiak, who are one of the teams looking to potentially chase for a second-place spot, just lost a player on their rotate.
That's a nice spray. Really nice spray from Crispy. Golden Guardians down towards the southeast side. We're on board with them. They're currently playing on the watchtowers. It's a fine place to work your way through right now. This is just over towards the south side of Potato Hill. We're going to move on soon. Yeah, I do think that this lobby is afraid of the north. No one wants to play north. Why?
Is it the angle of the sun or something? Like, in-game, maybe? I don't know.
Understand. It's really quite perplexing.
I mean, because the sun sort of just about comes from the south. Like, it's south-leaning, obviously, rising in the west, but...
What are you talking about?
Rising in the east, sets in the west. Oh, okay, so it's setting. Okay. I'm talking about the direction of the sun, and maybe that's what... Literally, there's no other reason I could think of why it would be that teams wouldn't like to play from the north looking south. And so I'm thinking about, maybe they don't like looking into the sun. Look, I've got sensitive retinas. What do you want from me? This is the sort of thing I think about daily.
Okay. Fair enough. You have to optimize your route to work via the movement of the sun.
That's right.
Understood.
I'm basically Copernicus.
Okay. I don't know how many people are going to get that one either. That is also very niche.
Well, maybe Icarus should have taken a note out of my book as well. If he'd have taken note of the sun, wouldn't be in quite as much bother as he is.
That's true. He still have his wings. Which Havoc currently still do. Wings is still alive and on side. They played out from Primorse. He was a bit of a late drop down towards there. But they are starting to move out now. TBSS looking to bridge camp. Now, I understand bridge camping. I love bridge camping. This is a classic reason why you wouldn't really want to go for it at this stage of the game. I think that the TBSS, they will get some eliminations off the back of this, John. And that's great news. They are delaying their route into the circle a lot. They didn't have a terrible start for to get into the circle, in my opinion. I think you would go for this bridge camp if the circle was still holding it in, which it's not right now. So this is very frustrating for Team Demon, where now they have to back out, maybe fight over towards Boars. But hey, you know, TBSS, they do get a free point, so can't complain too much.
Yeah, but is it at the cost of getting any sort of position later into the circle, right? Are they going to be too slow to hit the south?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's a point now at the cost of points later, right? Which is the gamble that they're taking. Yaracrew did take a knock, by the way, and they haven't been able to find this res for quite a while. This bleed out is being pretty tricky to find. Not too sure who was able to find that knock, but you can see they are kind of in the thick of it now as a lot of teams have condensed around the areas to the west of Yasnaya, around that south boundary as well. And I don't think they're going to be able to find this res if they're not speedy about it. You imagine they're making their best efforts to, but perhaps it's dropped out in a field somewhere. Almost immediate re-knock. Okay, so they did manage to get that res, but it's been sent straight back down. Yaracrew under pressure.
Yeah, just making some estimations here from aim god over towards the smoke, which I think is a very fair spray down here. Trying to cut out the vehicle's tires as well, make this a very, very difficult retreat for them. He's tagging on as well, so not terrible shots at all. And Cherry, Morton will lose Shoom, which is kind of a big deal for them. They're coming in on that northern side. Gods Reborn were able to swing round towards box compound.
Tupac looking to keep the suppression from Ritzy over towards that Yaracrew's position. They have desperately saved Private Ryan right now on their player who was down. That res needs to come through right now, though. It's ticking away. Hang on a minute. Have they fallen? Have they lost it entirely? I think they have. Yeah. Okay, they gave up on that. Ryan is not a happy boy. Like, wait. No, okay, hang on a minute. The UI's lying to me. Okay.
Because I was like, this looks like the most tiny sliver of green, so I was a little bit hesitant. But Cherry Mort, on the other hand, it's all going wrong. They're attempting to get towards that north side of Rozok. If they can get Takimi back up, it's actually not a horrible place to play as a 3-man, because you can place one person in the 3-story, then 2 players in the warehouse, which is a comfortable play. It's a very comfortable play. But the big ask right now is to get their player back up on their feet when they're beset upon on all sides, which is a difficulty.
I mean, to be fair, they do have the north flank that is a little bit less beset upon, right? And that's actually going to allow a lot of mobility. Because there's no Severny team, it's only Rain playing up on the north, and they are playing very far back. They should be able to get this res because of the lack of teams up on the north. So Vincere Mortem thanking their lucky stars for the direction of the sun.
They are. No team really wants to play against the glare. But this is should be an ability to get their player back up again. I think Safix just went over now to go pick him up. How they can play. As you see the 3-story there that they can play in, and then they have the 2-man inside the warehouse, which is very reasonable. Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult to play as that solo player in the 3-story, but totally okay to play around with. A lot of the capability to dodge nades. The only reason he is there is to prevent the western push. That's it. Or he's like the alarm. That's what he's playing as right now. As an alarm.
Or is he more of a canary in a coal mine? We'll have to wait and see if that is going to go pear-shaped for them. Golden Guardians and TPSS marauding around the north side of Potato Hill as the circle shrinks down towards the south. This is a good time for Yaracrew if they can regroup Loco on towards them. They've got prime location around that apartment and school area. They can really take the pick of the litter when it comes to placements. Golden Guardians as well, seemingly making a heads-up rotate to extract themselves from this situation with TBSS and get into those hills as well and try and get themselves established.
I do feel for a lot of the teams here. This is a very rare circle shift that you don't see all that often. Usually when you get the circle like this one, it will shift up over towards Rozok, keep the river in, and that is a very typical circle on this stage 3 shift. Getting it so it confirms directly all onto the mainland, that is crazy. We don't see that too often. And it's funny because this is actually a really nice circle to play, but so many teams are trying to confirm over towards the north side.
Goodness me. I mean, teams are going to be forced to play in the north now, blank. So let's see who brought their sunnies. play at Yara Crew. They spotted one. They got a knock earlier onto Gods Reborn. XYZ does go down. And they're playing on the north boundaries of the apartments, as well as leaving Loco up in the hills to be that backstop. Hopefully he can regroup fast if he needs to, but he will also be a little bit of a canary in the coal mine for the squad. A scout, an info gatherer. Vincere Mortem trying to send into school, seemingly successfully able to get themselves there. And Alpi tries to poke the nose in. Loco immediately regroups, so they are playing sensibly.
Yeah, pushing off. I think for, you know what, TBS's rotate has worked out. I think the big difference maker on that one was that they got one elim and they're like, okay, now we have really made life difficult for the backfill, but we're not going to stay. So although I don't think it was super necessary to go for the bridge camp, I like how quickly they removed themselves from that. So really well done off the back of that one. They are fortunate on the circle shift, obviously, but if they hadn't have moved quick enough, you might have seen Far Voice Gaming in front of them.
And they've managed to get themselves that little slice of that southwest. Hopefully they could survive for a little while. Gods Reborn, they sent in. They lost one, but they are in one of the apartment buildings. Vincere Mortem taking shots as well, out towards Alpi, who are now in the hills to the south of these apartments. I feel like Yara Crew have kind of committed quite a lot to these apartments, where they could have potentially had control over those hillsides. But maybe that's not where they wanted to be, especially if they're able to take shots over towards Demon, who are approaching from all the way out in the east. Okay, that's a long-range shot there coming through.
I think Demon's actually completely next to them, no? I think that's...
Oh, okay, yeah, hang on a minute. I'm looking at 1715. You're right. It's much closer.
Yes, yes. The circle goes south again, down towards the southwest, which cuts in Potato Hill, which becomes a bit more of a feature of the map. Alpi also has a fairly decent position to play. But you are right. Yara Crew confirmed quite heavily over towards apartments, which I do think is fair considering the circle. It gets to be a bit of a mess if you try and hold 2-2s on this one. They knew there was a ginormous amount of teams still in this lobby, so a lot of that space is not available to be played in.
A lot of teams moving around them now, though, and they may have locked themselves into a cage match. We'll see who's going to come out the victor on that one from the apartments, with Alpi standing guard on it on the South Hills. I mean, Yara Crew have so much area of this apartments block. Gods Reborn, they're not making a move. That's a solo survivor from Team Demon, so there's no move to be seen there. So fair enough, they're pretty safe right now. They are kind of chilling. Vincere Mortem seemingly more preoccupied with getting ahead of this one, so unlikely to see crashes into this area, with the potential exception of a team like Ritzy, who currently sit out all the way to the northeast. But for my money, I'd see them much more likely to rotate down towards the south and flank and flex wide.
Dio almost takes that nade to the face. And the model being down here, not great news for Kodiak. 6 grenades, start using them now. Cappuccino will walk up, and there are nades coming in from the sidelines, actually, from Vincere Mortem. And they're tagging on. No complete knocks just yet, but there is a flush over towards my model. Rizio will find a knock over towards Cappuccino, who was the forward position there for Alpi Esports. That is unfortunate.
And Alpi now down to 1, so that threat in the hills is being severely diminished. Team Demon do get spotted. Last player goes down. That goes to Gods Reborn. Oh, that fire. That's encroaching. And that's going to look for a knock there. Frizio also spotted on that spray down from Vincere Mortem. They're able to pick up another. And it's just up to 20 on Kodiak to try and keep the pace. Boars are getting stuck into the lobby for the first time in a while, playing on that southeast side with Ritzy and TBSS, also as with Far Voice Gaming on Potato Hill. And they have lost one, getting run down there. They're trying to trade. They're trying to find the ascent, trying to find their routes in. The hovercraft leading that charge, trying to take the top of the hill for themselves. TBSS not quite fully stepping to. And Far Voice Gaming now solo defending. Ragnazada out and into the fray. A swift hop through the vehicle, though, does take his teammate down, and it's now just Ragnazada left for the Boars. Robs is down. Maybe look for the res. TBSS being very slow on this one, and the Molotov burns Ragnazada away from the fight. Has to step up to the rock,
nice.
But he handles business against Seiko. Loses a teammate, and in come Ritzy. As we hop over to the west side of the circle now, it's SWAT Europa trying to defend the building, or rather one player trying to defend the building, but it's going well against Epsilon Axe. Another 2 rounds left in the pump action. Reloads coming on through. They need these recalls, these reses to come on in as well, because Havoc are taking shots from the off angle, and Crazy drops down. That's living up to the name if I ever did see.
I mean, getting shot in the back here, you don't really have much option. Lives with basically barely a HP point. Epsilon Axe currently get themselves back up into the thick of it, but funnily enough, it's Epsilon Axe almost falling prey to the exact same thing they did to Boars earlier. Sticky Bomb sent out. Crazy's going to get a little bit of a reset on the loot here. 4 grenades available to him. Yeah, TBSS really didn't want to do anything with that eastern side of Potato Hill. I think they were much more concerned with teams trying to wrap on them on that western side. It's worked out decently, but they do need to start scouting these positions. They can't just let Ritzy roll up over towards this western edge. Dakimi actually is the one to find Crazy this one. I think although, you know, Venturi Mortem's not had an easy approach in the circle, they've handled it fairly well this game.
Golden Guardians now on the eastern side with their sights set on the northern edge. Loco is also trying to get in and amongst it. Look at the suppressive position he's got playing over towards Rain. I mean, they've known that they've been in this building for quite a while. They're going to start to step out now, and Loco is a little bit in danger here. Lazzy has started to flex out. So have the rest of Hatyara crew. A little bit further out to the east. The next circle obviously pushing them out of apartments, so they do need to make their way south. They need to make those inroads somehow, so getting some scouting information. Very, very valuable. Venturi Mortem, they were able to shut down the old Benny Hill theme tune on the west side of the circle. And they are also potentially a roadblock to teams up on the north side looking to leave those apartments. Oh, Loco. He's ever vigilant. There's no way you're getting past him. Mihai tries to step forwards. I don't think this is going to last too long. It's going to come for the Golden Guardians up top, though. Is the point going to be stolen away, or are they going to step out for that flush?
Anna looking to get anything he can done here versus Hatyara crew. 77, that is a little bit of a wild spin out, but there is damage going through their way. Ritzy actually is going to flex a little bit further towards that north side. Gods Reborn finally realized that Hatyara crew is vacating. They left Calais behind to keep Gods Reborn in check, which is a cool little play there. But again, his whole motive is just to stay alive going forward. Yeah, the more space that Hatyara crew can clear on this southern edge means it's easier for them to wrap around towards Potato Hill later on in the game, which is likely a play they're going to have to make with Golden Guardians here. Very difficult. Yeah, Team Rain just takes a little bit too long to get in, and actually moving off from that eastern side is hell. It is hell.
Oh, Gold's Reborn looking to try and make their move. As you said, they know that Hatyara crew's left. Now it's their turn to do so. Alpi not able to do anything with the 2 players that they've got left standing. They have to hold off now against 3. Nades, spray downs from Venturi Mortem as well. They have to try and stop it here, dead in its tracks, but it's just not going to work. They explode. They will not be getting up into the compound. No buildings to see them safe. Venturi Mortem happy to purloin some of the points, but now Hatyara crew are going to put pressure on from the eastern side, and Venturi Mortem may not have the angle. Loco looking to hold, but Cappuccino could be really important in this position. And finally, a Kodiak gonna fall. Oh dear, they are looking right on the ropes here as Venturi Mortem keep putting that pressure on.
I mean, Venturi Mortem's come back to this fight so many times, and every single time they get here, 100 smokes suddenly bloom. It's really hard for them to work with. Great shots coming through from Havoc, though. Takes down Sapphics almost immediately. Alpi is now out as Hatyara crew make their way on over. This is easy pickings for them.
They will keep sweeping on this northern hillside, trying to move around. Venturi Mortem seemingly not wanting to tussle with the top dogs, and if Loco steps to you, I don't really blame them at this point. The spray down's looking to be on target, but they're backed off. And there's another nade, another point. More added to the tally. 6 elims found for Hatyara crew. They've also had the pleasure of seeing their closest rivals taken down. But Boars do go 5 eliminations into this game, and they do manage to get a placement point as well. So 6 points on the match is really nothing to sniff at. A nice commiseration prize for them playing all the way on that south edge, being guarded out by so many. Kodiak, not so lucky, did go down just before our very eyes as well.
I mean, Hatyara crew has this almost magical ability to find these small openings on the zone. Now, that is not an easy push-up unless Venturi Mortem's under pressure, unless Kodiak is down there, unless Alpha Esports goes out. Gods Reborn make the mistake of not rocking up behind that small little ridge side to where Venturi Mortem was playing, because it's not ideal to fight into that, because you are never fighting one team inside of those little shacks. You're always fighting the team that's up on the ridge side as well. So if the Gods Reborn was a little bit of a overconfident player, let's put it that way.
it's a removal of options as well. Their choice is really being taken away from them. And it all kind of started with having that first player picked off over in apartment against that Yara crew. They were just slowly losing steam. And in the end, the candle burnt down to the very end. They couldn't quite make it any further. 6 teams now remain. 4 players alive on 3 of our squads. So that's that Yara crew, as well as TBSS and Havoc. Havoc currently playing on the west side. TBSS playing that slow march up from the south edge. And they've been able to profit quite a lot on this match, Blank. Are you prepared to eat your words on their strategy? Or do you still think it may have been a miscall?
I think it was a miscall. I think that even just looking at this, the amount of times the circle went to the south, like everything played into TBS's hands on this one. I will say that I was very happy that they took the 1E limb. They had hampered the backfill and then they moved immediately over towards the north side. I think that was good from TBSS, and I think they realized that they were wasting time. If they'd stayed down towards bridge to hold Team Demon out the entire time, this would have been a very different game.
Loco with a challenge. Furia, no match for him. Steps into the smoke to go for the heal because Vincere Mortimer just over that ridge line. That's 8 elims now found for that Yara crew. Blank. I mean, I don't want to say it just yet, but this team's looking pretty good. I think they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, Yara crew is doing a great job. I mean, they're very, very... The way they've played this has been sort of crazy. I mean, you don't see this very often. I mean, the shift out over towards the eastern side, take down Team Rain so they don't get backfilled on the western shift. Then, as soon as the fight starts taking place over towards the shack between Vincere Mortem, Kodiak, and Alpian Gods Reborn, immediately shift back over again. There's been a lot of fortunate opportunities here for Yara crew to take advantage of. But it's undeniable. Like, a lot of the nades have been fantastic. A lot of the pickoffs have been fantastic. AZM holding out over on this eastern side, preventing any of the teams coming through. I mean, they just have a good control over the lobby.
I mean, they seem to have been able to read the chaos better than anyone else in these finals. And they have profited marvelously for it. Keeping their cool whilst all those around them are losing theirs. TBSS with 4 players alive, 5 elims. Have to make their move now. They were moving around sort of 2 and 2 split, west and east, but now it's really going to come to that pitched warfare. And I feel like this is where TBSS are going to start to suffer. Even against a team like Havoc, potentially, the remnants of Vincere Mortem could also give them a good run for their money. That is if they don't get blasted out by Calais first.
I mean, this is a horrible spot to be in. Yara crew know exactly where you are as well. Every time they peek up, they're immediately spotted. The shots are clean. Yara crew just looks better than the rest right now.
It is really quite something monumental to be able to transition off of such a strong day and come out swinging in the first game of the day as well in such a fashion. I mean, they've already kept up pace with their previous matches. Blank, they have got so many points on side now. TBSS, they've taken a knock, looking to get the res onto Tornado. They're a little bit more penned in than Yara crew right now, but once they reestablish, they've got that high ground. They've potentially got an advantage here against Yara crew on the run out, depending on what Musa can do, but I don't think that we're going to see too much as the nades do start to find their way over. Yeah, this is a known position. Looks for a spray out. That's bold. Tags quite a lot into the side of the hovercraft early as well. Potentially survivable for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, but again, the fact that they know he's here, like, they are very aware of everything that's going on in the circle. I mean, maybe the blown out hovercraft is a bit of a dead giveaway there, but it's not always like there's a player behind it. Yeah, they've got a good bead on them. He's gonna wait for him to peek. Try to do something with that. Obviously, right now, TBSS, they have the high ground, but they have to push into Yara crew.
Yeah, it's just a little bit further forwards than where they're holding right now. So TBSS do need to start to get those smokes blooming. You can see that's what they're doing. Starting to establish more forward positions, playing on the rocks, the trees, the loot crate that sits before them as well. They do have options. And often playing on the outside here can work in your favor. Musa, I mean, it's just a question of when Musa goes down and if he gets a knock before he does on that western side. As to how far they go, I think Havoc are pretty much guaranteed to be in a third place in this scenario.
Yeah, it's very awkward. I mean, eventually he's going to get pushed out. He's going to get shot by one of these two teams. TBSS, they are lucky on the sense that there is high ground as you push down off of this. There is hard cover, after you push off this high ground. It's very doable. But Hatiara crew will find another as they make their way down. Just a unbelievably accurate team. It's insane the way they're playing right now. Another goes down. It's so free. And we might both be wrong. You know, Yara crew might clear out TBSS before Musa even has the chance to feel the blue at his back.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought it was a surefire thing that it was going to be a third place for Musa. Tornado fire underneath his belly is going to get burnt away. And yeah, a second place for Havoc. All right. Musa now steps up. Nothing to lose. Have a go. Will not be able to find it. And Yara crew with the technical back-to-back. They closed down yesterday with one chicken dinner as well to start day 2 of their run to Ascendancy. They are just better. They are built different. 17 eliminations on that match. A 27-point game. That's going to sit them up at 129 points already. It's pretty much done and dusted. I thought day 1, I could see teams maybe catching up, but yeah, nah, not anymore.
Yeah, like I said, it would require a dramatic decrease in performance, which seems to have not happened. They are playing at the same level as before, which is incredible. You know, you come in swinging day 1. This is an impossible lead. It's an impossible lead for Yara crew. No one's catching up to them. Ridiculously good. Ridiculously well done as well to this team.
Yeah, they navigated that north side really, really well. I thought that maybe confirming into apartments was going to be a difficulty for them. But the advantage that they got for allowing the teams to their south to actually fight it out over their position on that south side with Alpi, Kodiak, Vincere Mortem all actually getting stuck in amongst themselves on that position to the south meant that the South Hells really didn't pose much of a rotational threat to them. They didn't have anything really to come up against.
Not really. Not really. I think that Yara crew, the way they shifted from the western side over towards the east, dealt with a lot of the players on the east, and then just as the third party was blooming, jumped into that one. That was an incredible read by them. An incredible read. Very, very difficult to really downplay that on their side. And even towards that end game, like, it just shows how well, how good their gun skill is. And just overall instantaneous on the shots. For TBSS, that's a game that realistically should go to Zone 9, John. And I think we both were convinced of that as well, saying that Musa would be going down in third. But they could barely move out of any of those positions.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. They really got stagnant there towards the top. Potentially a little bit of a lack of utility. They had been through quite a few fights before that on the south side. They managed to get 7 elims as well, Blank, on the match, and 12 points is pretty solid. But yeah, they potentially could have jumped up into that second place. Musa able to snake his way out until that second place spot. Loco, the MVP, yet again able to earn a whole chunk of change to his damage totals, nearly getting up to the 1.5k mark, Blank, which is incredible stuff, especially considering there's only 4 knocks and 5 elims on that.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to explain this away is that the guys on this team, they are just so much better than every single other team inside of this lobby. They're smurfing. They're almost smurfing, right? Let's put it that way. They are almost smurfing.
Yeah, it did not look pretty for any team that came up against them there. You could see our top players from that last match, Loco at the top, but his 2 teammates right behind him with Calais and AZM also in second and third. Vagdazada making an appearance, and I feel like, you know, the Boars Thunder has been really stolen. They did manage to get, I think it was 6 points on that match, so still all right and should be able to keep pace. Certainly open that gap a little bit further by 3 more points against Kodiak to try and defend their second place spot on the table. But the fact that it's Boars competing for second place rather than Hatyara Crew is definitely the biggest story on everyone's minds.
Yeah, it's an odd one. It's a very, very odd one. Not what we expected. This is an upstart of a team and an incredible team at that. I mean, we can talk about this right now, is that it would be very exciting to watch them play at PMGO, right? Because I don't think there's any question at this point they're not going. I think it would be a silly thing to say that this team is not going to PMGO. I think they are. So I'm excited to see how they handle the big stage, right? Because for a team like this, not a huge amount of international experience. It will be really, really fun to watch this actually play on a stage. And how does that affect them? Are they able to still play at that high level? Is this team just that good?
At the moment, Loco is definitely just head and shoulders above almost everyone on almost every metric, except for knockouts. Look at Calais. He's on 28 knockouts there coming on through. So definitely a little bit of a headhunter coming on through. We praised him towards the end of yesterday. His last match with Hatyara Crew to close down the day on Rondo was really quite something. Very, very well played and up in that second place in the overall. 129 points. Right now, they are almost 50 points ahead of Boars. And when you consider that 50 points is fourth place right now, that's insane. That's the gap coming on through. Kodiak and Boars kind of still pretty neck and neck for that second place.
Yeah, and I mean, it's weird. So it doesn't, although this is an insane scoreline, like I said, it just feels like they're smurfing. That there's not been too many massively hard fought fights for Hatyara Crew, right? I think most of the time for Hatyara Crew, they either bleed out or they just sweep teams. Not a single player goes down. I think the only time they were in danger that match was when they had one player that got knocked earlier on. He got res, re-knocked, then resed again. That was the only time we ever saw Hatyara Crew in danger.
Yeah, Ritzy were the team to give them a little bit of a fright, but they calmed their nerves very, very quickly. It was, yeah, really, really well repaired, I suppose you could say, for Hatyara Crew. And I mean, are they just going to keep winning, right? They've got 2 rondos to play. One of them's coming up next. If they have big rondos here, it is just like fully done and dusted for everybody else in this lobby.
Yeah.
And what that does mean is that second place becomes more volatile. Sure, Boars and Kodiak kind of a bit neck and neck right now, but there's still an outside chance for people to catch them. Same is not true for Hatyara Crew. We're going to have a couple of highlights from that last match. I'm sure plenty of them are going to come from Hatyara Crew. We'll be back with Rondo after this. The unstoppable train has left the station. It seemed to have left yesterday. It was just pulling out, but now that puff of smoke off in the distance is starting to fade over the horizon. Yara crew are just unstoppable at this point. Getting a chicken dinner to open the day. They have now got a Rondo ahead of them. They are almost 50 points ahead. It's a battle for second place. It is at this point. That's what we have.
Yeah. The unstoppable train has left the station. So it stopped.
Well, it has to be built at some point, right? It has to be created. You know, once you get it started, then it's gonna.
So it's left yesterday. It left yesterday. Is what you're saying.
It started. I think this metaphor is getting away from me like a bit of an unstoppable train. So let's move forwards from it.
No, you're right though. It left yesterday and it hasn't stopped to today. Okay, that's all you've got to say. We're fine. We're good to go. We can continue, and so can they. Me and John were having a little conversation before this as well. That this is abnormal. It's very unusual to see this kind of performance from any team. And I think you bring up a good point, John, that they are playing to this lobby, right? This is what you were talking about. They're playing to the lobby. They know that they're better than everyone else, so they're just taking every single fight. And if that means shifting out over towards the blue to clear out space on the side, great news. And you can sort of tie that back into the final game of knockouts, where Kodiak was able to take down almost every single team in the lobby on that Sosnovka within the space of 10 minutes. Like, they ran through 9 teams in the space of 10 minutes, which is very impressive. But again, I think it's Yara crew realizing this and be like, well, why don't we just do that every game?
Yeah, and it's worked out really very well for them. Rondo as well, we know what a slobber knocker this map can be. We got 99 eliminations on it yesterday. Will we see more? Will we break that century of Elim points earned? We've got 2 Rondos today, and this will be the first of them. And our plane paths are dueling. We've got 2 of them in the skies. Again, this time around blank, as our plane paths seemingly lean a little bit more towards the north side of this map. Maybe a little bit harder to get down towards areas like Rinjang and Tinlong Gardens on the south.
This is actually not the greatest double plane paths, mostly for our western teams. The teams jumping out here are going to have a little bit more difficulty getting towards easier places on the map, quickly at least. For our teams that are dropping on that north side, they're able to get over towards Test Track, Neox Factory a little bit easier. But majority of teams are dropping from that western edge, and there is a notable amount of squads that didn't drop for about 10 seconds, and now suddenly everyone's flooding out the plane right now.
I wonder where they're going. Interestingly, though, Yara crew over all on the west, not getting stuck into any of these fights. There is obviously also the group of players heading over towards Yulin on that western side. So 2 real hotbeds. As Stadium is reoccupied by the Boars. They didn't go there yesterday, so they are now back in action there. It was a little bit of a hot drop yesterday, actually, and plenty of players sending out there. Expect to see a lot of solos playing over towards these recall towers, blank, as well. They're going to be sending out their outposts and trying to find those points where they can. A spray down. 1 earned already for Vincere Mortem. I think there's been plenty of E-limbs already starting to come through as well, as our teams do sit within the circle while they're in Neox Factory.
Yeah, so this is going to continue because of that factor, right? Where there really isn't a lot of teams that are going to be leaving Neox Factory too soon. This is going to go down to the bitter end, John, until 1 team does remain. Alp Esports up against the guys from Team Demon. This is over towards that south side of Yulin. Seems like this is the other spot on the map that teams love to hot drop in. And I guess it's the only real option you had if you were on that western plane path.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'd be a little bit late to Neox Factory, right? Which is the difference maker. You cannot be dropping in after people have already hit the ground. If you know the other plane path there, you know everyone else is going to be going there. So unless it's a solo plane path, you're just not going to send out towards the Neox Factory. And instead, you'll make that decision there on the fly, which is nice to see that all of our teams seemingly made might be called a correct decision. Demons on the staircase, looking to hold pretty well. 1, 2, 3 on the spray down. All right, able to do it with the teammate at his back. 2 players able to hold the 3 as they try and roll up the stairs. Demon able to hold off in the temple. Gods Reborn now with a fight over in Neox Factory, trying to fend off against it, and the strafe across is brilliant against 1715, and they play off one another beautifully. These duos are operating pretty flawlessly in these situations now, Blank.
Yeah, just a couple of sprays, and that's 6 elims added to our tally. Interestingly, Hat Yara Crew doesn't really ever hot drop. They're one of our few teams that doesn't do that. I think outside of Boss Gaming, they're one of the only teams that doesn't do that. So they're playing down towards Phong Ton, with Boss Gaming over towards Stadium. So yeah, definitely curious, and speaks to maybe how some of our better teams see Rondo, is that, you know, if you can have a consistent result and you're confident to win out in that end game, there's plenty more points to be had.
Certainly is, but I mean, the points are just going to continue to rack up right now. Demon, unfortunately, can't find the shots onto Far Voice Gaming, so they're going to lose the majority of their players. They are now down to 2, but they've already got 2 over on the northwest side, very far away. They can get a recall tower, no bother. You can see our player counts just filling back up as time goes on. SWAT Europa, they're down a player, but they are moving out from Neox Factory to look for those recall towers. Ritzy, using the slightly newer vaulting mechanic there, but just a little show jump for that one. Looking like a little bit of a prancing pony, but 2-pack now needs to get stuck into the thick of it. Shake off the dressage and throw in the ordnance with the nade pin pulled. He steps out with the shotgun instead, and Cherry Mortimer waiting around the corner to check things out.
Oh yeah, kind of suplex his own teammate. Just like you said, a show move more than anything. Kimi holding on the side, S12K, so everyone's kind of using the best weapons for the job here in close range. It's sad to see the demise of DBS, man. It really is.
You know what? We'll see it come back, I'm sure, in the future. Like an old friend. Dakimi under the staircase. He's going to find 1 point in his way. They're going to get that shutdown, that spray down. Shum now trying to make no noise at all. Pretending he doesn't exist upstairs. But now they are a little bit on the surround. Teams are, to be fair, this is... I haven't counted up the elims right now, Blank, but I feel like this may be a little bit quieter than we're used to.
Yeah, well, again, that usually happens on the case of a double playing path, where this is the case. Also, don't really want to give up position in the circle, because remember, every time that you are rezzing, you're likely rezzing really far out on the zone. You can already see for Alpha Esports, this means they've got a huge journey from Heme Town back down towards that southwest side. On the other hand, teams like Boars, who didn't hot drop in the first place, have a significantly good central position to play around.
Actually, Yara Crew tried to send into a very similar position just now, but they did manage to get some scouting, diverted north, and similarly entrench themselves, right? Whilst all of these teams are fighting for those elim points early in the match, this is why they've decided not to go for those hot drops. And when enough teams do go for hot drops, like you said, you're just putting so much pressure towards the outside that all of a sudden there's a vacuum on the inside, and strong teams will read into that, and that they are, again, playing the lobby. The Boars are doing it as well this time around, which I'm happy to see. But it goes back to what I was saying before about Hat Yara Crew really just having a read on what people are trying to do with this one.
Yeah, also Boars, I say that they're one of the few teams that doesn't hot drop, but it's also a case they drop Stadium. Easily they could have had a lot of teams on them over towards Stadium side, but that's not the case here, so they get Stadium free to themselves. It did leave Terminus over there, holding on that north side, who is still looting, but I think he's more like a backup option. I don't know how worth it is leaving Terminus here. Yeah, you try and fight for your central spot, but eventually someone's going to roll through.
Yeah, I think Terminus is in a vehicle already now, so it's more likely that he's waiting for teams to push out from the middle than wait for people to roll through, as you said. And in fact, 1715 going to be rolling past right now. So some info gathered, sure, but we'll see if that's going to work out. Snowix finding the shots down towards Epsilon Axe, who really haven't been able to put on much of a show so far. To be fair, no teams really have been able to do that in the shadow of Hatyara crew, with the exception of maybe Boars and Kodiak being able to earn those points. But yeah, it's been not the greatest of runs from the teams down towards the lower end, but I mean, we said it back at the end of those PMCO knockout stages. Even getting to this point is still such a massive achievement, and I think that sort of does go overshadowed when you have something like what Hatyara crew is doing. Every single one of these teams does deserve to be here, and sure, when you look at a global level, maybe they're not quite up to scratch for that just yet, but it is very impressive what all of these rosters have been able to achieve, and I would be delighted to see them come back next season, keep trying, keep plugging away, because one day you are going to be Hatyara crew. One day you are going to, well, I shouldn't say you are, you could be, is probably more what I'm getting at. So I think that they definitely shouldn't lose heart for not having the best of performances in these spots.
It's also tough. I mean, back in the day when we had PMPL, as well as PMSL, we had 4 weeks of competition over multiple days. So there was way more time to practice and get a lot of experience over. But with PMCO, it's a little bit of a shorter format and a bit more of a brutal format, right? But I do highly encourage teams to keep coming back for it, like you say, John, because this is a great spot to get that experience outside of playing those scrims. And there is a lot of PUBG Mobile scrims that go on all the time. It's a very good way to get more experience as well as to play in those scrims. And they're very popular, actually. They're very popular scrims. So that is even if you maybe didn't make it through to knockouts and maybe you're watching the show right now and you're like, well, what's the next step for me if I didn't join in on this PMCO and didn't get too far? It's play scrims. Scrims are a highly competitive format. They're always advertised in Discord, so yeah, just go for that. It's very, very easy to do.
Definitely can always use fresh blood to shake things up. We've had some very young players as well coming through from a lot of the European regions, as well as, I mean, across the world, right? Who have just taken the scene by storm. So do make sure you are getting stuck in. Epsilon Axe do go down, do get eliminated. Hatyara crew been defending from a central location. The Boars as well, seemingly having a little bit more to chew on. They've managed to get 4 elims, playing a little bit further south, and as 3. They had a knock sent their way. Ritzy have been rebuffed against their position, and Terminus is still yet to fully regroup. So kind of hedging their bets right now for Boars. They are still within access of a recall tower very, very quickly should they need to go for one.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost amusing, right? They've held into a central position, yet always had like this backup plan available the entire game. It's very nice to see. Hatyara crew playing over towards the road. This is not a terrible place to play. It's a little bit scary sometimes, but you do have like the hillside on both sides of you, as well as this position that is really good for scouting. Like, this is one of the few positions on the map that just has a massive view distance across the area that really gives you a lot of information, that intel that Hatyara crew loves to get.
Well, Terminus is coming in because they've got a fight on their hands. Boars now against 1715. First shutdown, second as well. Vagnazada, an immovable object in the way. And 1715 will not be able to bypass him. No skirting around the edge of that one. Robs does take a lick of damage there, but stays safe for the time being. And Taper will go down to the barrel of Vagnazada. Those cannons raining heavily on the ears of 1715. Take them out of the Rondo while the recall towers are still active.
It's still a possibility. Get yourself back up again. It's a massively northwest shift on the circle, which is going to create some problems for our teams. Yulin is still technically in right now, so a place to play potentially for that late game. Havoc going up against Balls, who are still really putting in the work at the moment. That is a nice little spray down from Faker. Sadly, it's still the end of him. But yeah, many teams having to quickly rotate over towards that northwest side. And it is Hatyara crew as well as Balls Gaming who are putting down... Ooh. Yeah, nice. Hidden maneuver. But yeah, they're putting down the flags right now. This is a difficult position to get through.
Surprised he didn't go for the flush on that one, to be honest. I feel like that's what you go for. You get that knock, immediately just try and spray that one down. Saw his teammates falling. Probably could have stayed in a little bit longer. But you are just risking getting spotted, and he did have someone dead to right, so yeah. A difficult spot, Gods Reborn going down as well, 7 elims found. So not a terrible result for them, but they are slipping further and further behind Boars and Kodiak. Boars up to 8 elims now as well, Blank. So they are pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, it's been a good game so far. They've got a great position to play around too. That is a fun area of the map as well, that compound. We've seen many a 1v4 in that area. It's like very much a TDM spot on the map. But for Boars, I imagine they have all the room in the world to play with, and they're not likely going to let teams get too close. It's in those instances where you get like a double crash, right? One team comes in and then another team tries a third party. But Hatyara crew, I think they're going to be happy just to try and sweep this northeast side. As long as they clear space there, they are laughing. They've got a lot to work around. And Kalika, I think Kale's currently playing high ground, which is a very, very good spot to play around with. But you do need to get there earlier in the match, which they certainly were.
Yeah, they've been able to hold this area for a long, long time now. Kodiak pushing in on the east side. It'll be interesting to see if Kodiak can keep up with the Boars right now, because they also have that really central position. They were able to get there so early, and now they're up on 8 elims. So yeah, difficult task lies ahead of them. A lot of the teams on the south, though, and I think that's really where a lot of the focus is going to be in terms of the conflict. SWAT trying to move in through the blue zone, which is going to start to really hurt. It's going to start to become unresable as well, so you really cannot afford to be staying out there. And look at the number of teams on that south side. Boars should be able to just pick this one out. The circle goes all the way down south as well, Blank. SWAT Europa crashing in behind the team in front of them. That is Team Demon, losing their forward position. Potentially looking for an answer, though, and Alpi chiming in from those off-angles.
Now, if we talk about global play, this is a game where Boars should win, right? If they don't win this game, it will be a big shame, in my opinion. I think if Boars wants to prove that, you know, they've had this bit of a rebuild on side with Snoix, Wagnazada, and Robs and Terminus, if they want to prove this rebuild has a lot of stock in it, this is a game they just have to win. Like, they've been gifted this one.
A real big opportunity. And they've already earned so many elim points for it as well. But Hatyara crew are starting to put the pressure out now. They need to start defending. They are no longer in that central area, so they need to control their northeast flank. And it looks like they are going to put out the feelers. Lazy moving over towards the approach from Ritzy on that northwest side. On the east, obviously, they're going to hear this start to unfold. And if they can, they'll get stuck in, but maybe they'll be denied the opportunity. Tornado down, now just Albana left standing on the inside for TBSS. No, he's not on the inside anymore. He's squared out towards the north side, and he is going to be pressured out of the position. TBSS down to 1. Technically, the recall towers are still here. Could go for it.
I mean, for Albana, this is a quick reset. Go again, right? Well, we're going to grab our death crates. We're going to get back up into the fight. Hatyara crew, Lazzy on his lonesome, looking over towards Ritzy. Taking some good shots. This is a position they were very well versed with. They scouted this out multiple times earlier. Smoke there. It's a cheeky smoke as well. We'll keep a lot of cover for the squad.
Ooh, I think this is on the northeast side. I think Momodal was dashing towards Albana, who is now at that recall tower, is very close by. The rest of Kodiak, they were looking to try and stop this recall coming through, but now 20 in the blue zone on the health bar that he has. Kodiak might just be done and dusted here. And Hatyara crew may have allowed TBSS back into the fight, and that may have been a bad decision for them. All 4 on the northeast side, they can actually parachute in quite a distance to try and get a little bit closer to this one. We'll see where they end up trying to go. Tornado very close to the blue zone, to the zone now, and could put the cat amongst the pigeons for Hatyara crew.
Yeah, if he has any loot that he can find, because he will have to get restocked fairly quickly here, John, which is not the easiest thing to do. Hatyara still playing on his 4. Lazzy keeping good control over towards Ritzy at the moment. The rest of the game is going to slow down massively now, though. And Cherry Mortem, Boars controlling the massive space towards the center.
They really do have a lot of control from their compound. I mean, Cherry Mortem on the south as well, with a decent chance at picking up points from that south edge. TBSS, yeah, they are going low, not able to get that full reset that they were hoping for. Certainly not in time to get into this next stage. The recall towers now are shut down. They will not be able to use them anymore. No one getting back up into this one. Tornado will fall. And that's Yaraku picking up the points. Now they can start to flex south. Loco already got an outpost. This only helps the Boars more, but potentially Yaraku on the east side could change things around if they get control of that roadside.
Yaraku they have a ton of space to work with, but they need to start working down towards the southern edge now to figure this one out. Ritzy moving over towards Boars Gaming. This is where things get a little bit more exciting for us. I mean, for Boars, they would love to get rid of Ritzy as soon as possible. They don't want to leave it up to that point where other teams realize that this is sort of their only desperation plays to crash onto Boars' compound. What better time to crash than when there is another team in that area? Matt doing a good amount of work here versus the guys on Team Demon. Sadly, cannot find that shot.
Carlos will go down, though, to Seath. And Far Voice Gaming stay alive for just a moment longer. 3 players are there now through it all. Far Voice were preoccupied. Golden Guardians try and sneak through the middle. They're taking fire from Alpi, from Vincere Mortem, from the players on Far Voice, but they have managed to make it all the way across. The question is it safe there? When they find themselves at that location, Loco will have their number. The high ground will be there. Kodiak are eliminated as well, so the Boars will be able to open their points difference even further as the placements start to rack up. Spray down from Loco. Yeah, you're not surviving that. QWERTY will be going down. The question, does he manage to get that point? Yeah, he does. Okay. I thought that was going to get third party, potentially coming through from Alpi.
Lazzy just keeping tabs on things. That vehicle giving him a little bit of the spook. Well, if there's players there or not. Vincere Mortem still playing on that south side. The Yaraku playing this pretty aggressive 2-2 split right now. Alpi Esports will be coming in from the south. Yaraku, they'd love to get rid of Golden Guardians. They can do that, even more space to play around, and then they can take that inevitable fight with Alpi later on.
I mean, they don't need to rush doing it, though, against Golden Guardians. They have got a wide split right now. They're obviously not gearing up for a push. They know they're isolated on this side of the circle. So a lot of teams on the far side are going to have to take care of each other for them. Then they can maybe start to make their maneuvers. Boars, they've allowed Ritzy in on the north side, right? And the opening was there. Ritzy were able to take it. So the Boars are now really preoccupied with this. So having an oversight onto this fight could be quite a high point profit situation. But finding 77, yeah, okay. They weren't in a rush, but they do look to get it done anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, the quicker you can get it done, the better, right? Means that they're prepared for that southern push because they absolutely know it's coming, and they would rather not have another player causing them problems during the entirety of it. Luckily for them, it might just be Alpi Esports who's going to deal with them for them. Said Lassie's the one to find a shot. They're trying to do you a favor, man. Leave it be.
Hey, you know, a knock's a knock. It's just added to those stats, you know, with 2 of their players competing for that top spot. They got to try and find as much as they can. Obviously, those knockout tallies going much better for Cali right now than Loco. So, just wants to keep adding to those numbers. This does push out Yaraku into a sticky situation, though. With this circle, the Boars stay in, Vincere Mortem stay in, Ritzy, everyone on the inside. But Alpi and Yaraku both have to move a little bit further forwards. Fortunately for Yaraku, they're a little bit closer to things.
Yeah, it's not terrible at all, actually. I mean, for Vincere Mortem, next circle probably might be out. Next circle, Ritzy might be out. Next circle, Boars might be out. If this donuts a couple more times, then you have so much more space to work with Yaraku. Again, it does become a little bit more important for them to get rid of Golden Guardians and Alpi Esports, but looks like Alpi Esports is going to have a go at taking down Vincere Mortem on that southwest side, or at least have a peek over. So yeah, for Boars as well as Ritzy and Vincere Mortem, they have places to play which are secure. They are bunkered down, but Yaraku, they can play a little bit more free and loose on that eastern side.
Alpi actually shifting over to the western edge here, so maybe the fight doesn't need to happen between them and Yara Crew. If they're going to make decisions like this, they're going to go in and try and join the back of the queue behind Vincere Mortem. Take a front-to-back fight rather than a long-range engagement. The nade over the top opens up with Shum finding that knock. No real answer. Ooh, okay. Golden Guardian is able to take one of the Yara Crew in the meantime as they do go down, but one of Yara Crew going down does change things a little bit as the nades continue to roll between these two squads on this side of the map. Shum getting enveloped by the rest of his team. The flush comes through for Vincere Mortem. Alpi faltering in their approach. Not quite able to bridge the nade gap. Finally, Abito surges through with the vehicle, but Takimi is ready and waiting. Shum is still down, but he's got all his teammates around him to try and play around this one. Yara Crew are taking shots towards their backlines, though, and that's going to clip the wings somewhat. Takimi nade to force Jakey out and into the fight and into the sightlines of the nades of the spray downs coming through from the rest of Vincere Mortem, but they're only playing on 2 now. And Far Voice Gaming is stepping up into the fight.
Yeah, having a little look in. I mean, for Matt, why not? It's a good opportunity to get some points, to get some elims off the board. It's a good one over towards Shum. This is littered in Doritos. Oh my god. Toblerones are out in full force here for the emergency cover flares. That actually becomes one of the most secure locations on the map because of that.
That's a crazy amount of utility being dropped on this spot, but brilliant. Fantastic. All right. Let's see if they can keep control of it. At the moment, it's still this Boars Ritzy standoff that is waiting to unfold. Yara Crew have just completely encircled the entirety of the rest of this lobby. And they're waiting for anyone to step out of line. There you go. You see Far Voice Gaming. They step a little bit too far over the pulpit. And they get their block knocked off. This high ground is working so well for Yara Crew.
Yeah, they have tons of area to play with. They did lose a player, though. I wasn't quite sure when that went down.
That was against Golden Guardians against player 1, the last player of Golden Guardians.
Oh, there you go. Should have got rid of him sooner. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right.
But for Yara Crew, they can still play as 3. They are hoping for donuts, though. That's the way they win this game. Either a hard E shift or donuts. And donut, that is the one that they're looking for. That's a good circle shift. Goes straight center. They can still play around this. Keeps balls in, sure. But you're just hoping to continue to play this one out slowly. And the more worrisome this gets for the guys inside the compounds, the better. Vincere Mortem, we'll see what they do next, because they have a big decision to make, right? Do they continue to push over towards that north side, or do they try and sweep out Yara Crew? And I think Yara Crew realizes that their best bet is likely a southern shift, so they do group up to stop this from happening.
Look at the amount of rounds being poured towards Yara Crew. They are on the roadside right now, so they have got terrain cover. Might be a little bit sparse on the vehicles. The full regroup came through. Sure, the Boars are still in on this northwest side as we refocus over here.
Nice shot.
Ooh, a nice little pickup over towards
Really nice shot.
Flush. Okay. That really opens things up a little bit. But what I was going to say is that it stops Ritzy from being in this one, and that forces this fight to start to unfold. So this means that the Boars are a little bit unsafe right now. 3 players for Vincere Mortem. Currently looking to push in on the south edge as well to potentially get involved on this fight. And it's a lot more available to them with the removal of a third sightline from Yara Crew on that north and on that east angle. They can make it all the way up.
Yara Crew taking this opportunity whilst the action is all going down to slowly crawl their way in. For Boars, this is always going to happen eventually. Ritzy was going to have to move over towards them, so they're smoking everything off, making it so that Ritzy has to push into them. Makes a lot of sense here, but they are giving more ground than they're taking.
Ritzy pushing Boars to the east side, but is this the building that they want to hold? I mean, the runouts of this are going to be covered off completely by Calais and Lazzy as well. And Vincere Mortem on the outside. I mean, Boars kind of have them up against it. There is one more circle still to show its hand. So potentially could allow them to stay in this one, but either way, it is going to be tough stuff. 2 players for Vincere Mortem. This move is just impossible if there's another player for Yara Crew. The fact he's able to get across there and play on that ridge is so useful, but Ritzy spot it out. That is nasty stuff coming through. And Ritzy going to slow Vincere Mortem's roll. Boars now with 4 players looking to hold it all out.
Yara Crew still has 2 players. It's a minimal chance at best, but the circle does go their way. And for Vincere Mortem, Boars, and Ritzy, they all have to tear through one another until they can get out from this position. Like you said, for Boars, they set themselves up nicely over towards that eastern side. So it's more likely that Ritzy has to walk into them. I think it's a very smart maneuver from them. Been slow but tactical giving up of ground towards Ritzy, you know, getting them exactly where they want them. I said earlier, for Boars, this should be a win on the game. That they had a really strong position to play around with. I think they set themselves up marvelously. And then the circle gave them a little bit of a push in the right direction, right?
Yeah, it's really helped them out there. I feel like SnowX is potentially a little bit of a weak point for them, but the Ritzy approach is immediately taken very low. Crispy is down, gets flushed as well. There has been a knock from the off angle, and Nade comes in and does find SnowX, so losing a player here for the Boars could be a little bit nasty. Remember, there's still Vincherry Morton with a duo on the outside to potentially get involved. Ritzy now down to 1. They have been choked out. The life has started to fade from their eyes, but they still have a little bit of a last hurrah. Spray down, a knock. Aim God able to land one through the door there. And looking in through the window, looks to find another. Terminus shuts it down. In the meantime, Blank, there was a knock over towards Lazion at Yara Crew, leaving them on 1. But the off angle is still strong from Calais. He's got a 1v2 on his hands now against the Boars, but there's still Dakimi from Vincherry Morton.
I think he actually is going to go try and pick him up here, which would make a lot of sense. Should be able to just shove this vehicle into the side of the rock.
Oh,
yeah, oh, it's a bit close. It is a bit close. Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
But this does really isolate the sightlines. Boars also back to 4 players. These reses come through on both sides. Dakimi with a nice Molotov isolates the 1 player into the fight. Potentially the best he's going to get, but he stumbles around the girders there. Can't quite make it through. And 2 players behind the rock. They do deploy some cover, and maybe they've got a little bit of life left in them. Calais has 5 nades and 6 smokes here, so potential for a lot of maneuverability.
Nades are basically their best chance. This is their best chance of winning this game. Calais has had some of the best nades we've seen in this tournament so far. Knows roughly where Terminus is, and that's a difficult run out for him if he wants to head down. Little touch of damage. We'll send another. We're down to 2 nades after this.
That one looks pretty good, but again, it's just not quite got the damage. They're going to go 2-foot on the nade, really needing to find a knock, and that's why they're investing so much utility onto the single position. Of course, they know where he is, which does help. The stunner out the side to maybe slow things down. Underneath Rob's his feet. Does it go bang? No, not quite in time. Doesn't connect fully. Calais now denying the point. They deny the points to their closest competitors. Why not? I mean, the top 2 on the tables, and at Yara Crew, they don't get a chicken dinner. They still do really bloody well. And the Boars pick up a chicken dinner, much to the commiserations of Kodiak, who now are going to be so far behind as well.
I think it's slightly bad form to deny the points there.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, obviously not. But again, I think that they're so far ahead that it doesn't really matter. But you respect it. You know, you're trying to play at the highest level as possible. You go for the points denial, fair play. I think that, you know, they play that game to the bitter end. They play it to the bitter end. I think if they maybe lost a couple of a few knocks earlier on, because like I said, they could absolutely play it free and loose on that eastern side, but they played it a little bit too free. Because I do think that's a situation where they could have had all 4 players up, because they lost players to just random knocks, essentially.
Yeah, potentially over-peaking, overplaying their hand. You know that all of the teams on the south and on the west are corralled in anyway. So, yeah, maybe a little bit too bold. But to be honest, if you're them right now, you're feeling like him, right? So, kind of excusable in that sense with the lead that they have. But I don't think you can do that too many times, right? So we'll be keeping an eye out for that potentially overconfident showing. As we saw a little bit of a head-to-head there. Vincherry Morton also getting in pretty deep in this game, and I feel like this is the best we've seen from them in a long time.
Yeah, way better than Vincherry Morton. I think they play out a nice end game there. It was a tough push up. But yeah, I want to go back to Yara Crew. There's a first and a second place. So what they had so far, I think they've had 2 seconds, 2 firsts, or 3 firsts actually.
No,
now.
4 firsts over the... They've had 4 chicken dinners.
Oh, 4 chicken dinners, so 4 firsts. A second place, a 4th place, a 5th place, and a 2nd place. This is just so disgusting overall from the squad.
Yeah, and to span that over 2 days and 2 matches into the second day as well is really incredible. Obviously, we've seen teams have a hot day, right? A really, really strong day where they just come out swinging, they get all the results they want, and then kind of falter in the next day, not quite able to live up to the hype.
Which is fair, by the way.
Yeah, it's totally reasonable, right? But that seems to be not the case. They have doubled the hype. They have put even more on the line. Our top players from that match, seemingly Calais, yeah, he's still right at the top there. Vagnazada, very close behind, and seemingly just wanting to keep that chase on, keep that pressure up. 25 points earned for the Boars, and Kodiak on 7. That is a real big gap opener.
Yeah, it is. It's a lovely game for Boars Gaming. And we talked about during that match that if Boars hadn't won that game, I think that it would have been detrimental to their momentum, to their mindset as well. Because on that squad, you have ridiculously good players. And I think that they should feel comfortable winning that match. Which they do. And I think that will be a nice little confidence booster going in to the rest of their games throughout the entirety of this finals. And it is sadly becoming more and more of a 2-horse race in what is just a 2-spot ranking right at the top, where we only have 2 slots to go through to PMGO. So yeah, we already know, sort of, I guess, barring something terrible happening to Boars Gaming over the next matches, who's going to be going through to PMGO at this point in time, which is sort of silly. We are spoiling the surprise very early here.
Yeah, it is very interesting, right? And I mean, coming into this tournament, they asked us obviously for our predictions coming in for this one. We both had Boars as our #1 seed, right? And I think that is totally reasonable, given the prestige of the players on the roster, given the experience that they have. But right now, the fact that they're sort of trying to fend off in second place is certainly unexpected. But it goes back to kind of what I was saying before about. And what you also were highlighting about how Yara Crew are playing to the lobby. The Boars are still playing a global game, right? They're still playing sort of high quality PUBG Mobile at a level where hopefully it can compete on a global stage. But often when you're playing in sort of microcosmic different scenarios, that playstyle can start to falter. But they still managed to shine through, and they're up to 105 points blank, which is also huge, right? They break that 100-point mark. That is such a brilliant performance. It would be the best performance that we're seeing in any other tournament, except for right now, because that Yara Crew are just going crazy.
They're going loco, which is, it's good to see. And again, for Boars, right, it makes a lot of sense that Yara Crew is used to playing like this already versus a lot of these teams. All right, for Boars, on the other hand, this is a team that's been used to playing at international level. So they definitely have 2 very different playstyles, 2 very successful playstyles. For Boars, though, there's a lot more future-proofing in it. That's the difference.
Yeah, and they have some tried and tested players across the board as well, who can really hold their nerve if they have to go on a global stage, and I do mean on a global stage, right? Because those bright lights can start to phase you, and if you don't have that sort of experience, that sort of prestige, it can get to you. But that's not going to phase them here. It's not going to phase that Yara Crew right now. They are still atop the pack, finishing in a 2nd place, keeping their podium run really, really solid. And yeah, it seems to be maybe a foregone conclusion. A couple of highlights. We're going to go to a break as well. We'll come back with another Erangel after this one, and probably another Yara Crew chicken dinner. Maybe 3. We'll see. See you guys in a few. And we're back. Another Erangel is going to be up next, Blank. We have had, I mean, yeah, we've talked about it so much. I think I need to mention it again just in the intro. But yeah, Yara Crew definitely just destroying everybody else, earning so many points. If you guys want to earn a couple of points in a different way, you can earn some UC thanks to our partners at BuffBuff, who officially partnered and a secure top-up platform, providing global players with cheap and instant UC. We're giving away, over the course of these broadcast days, 40,000 UC. So make sure that you're keeping your eyes peeled on the live chats. They will be in the stream chats as they come through. They'll get dropped, and as you see them, you need to enter them as fast as possible because it is the fastest finger first. That's right. If you redeem them first, you manage to get the UC. If you're too slow, better luck next time. You've got to get in and amongst it, just like our teams right now, because they are getting into Erangel very, very swiftly to try and move forwards, earn some points, and challenge maybe to the top 2 spots, but that's looking less and less likely by the second.
Very much so. I think it's going to require a little bit of a monumental approach towards the end of this tournament, or even just right now, to catch up to any squad. And I think some teams don't even have a chance. They don't even have a chance at the moment to make that happen. Get a very southern-leaning playing path. A bit of an awkward one, actually. Over towards Lipovka on that top side. But yeah, this really only affords you drop spots over towards Milta, Novo, Milta Power, Lipovka, Nova, Neuer. Ooh, yeah, it's not a good one. Not a good one. We'll see where the circle lands. If it heads over towards that far north side of the map, then yeah, you can kiss a easy early game goodbye, that's for sure.
I mean, TBSS dropping split on yellows right now might actually be the right decision. Even if they had been transitioning over towards Ferry Pier or somewhere else on the map, it's going to be a little bit less contested. But perhaps you could also then counter with the idea that, you know, if more people have to fit in, it's more likely they go to those trash loot spots. So potentially more competition there. Ferry Pier, though, looks like it's got 2 teams dropping on there as well, Blank. So, yeah, a solid diversion for the time being with Havoc over in Primorsk, Quarry for Vincere Mortem. Yeah, TBSS, they might even be able to get over to Gatka quite quickly and have a good time there.
Yeah, it's a full north circle. A lot of water in it as well. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. Almost feel bad about that. But yeah, we are going to have to head pretty swiftly over towards that north side, especially for a lot of teams. And this is where, you know, it'd be nice to know that Severny is completely open. No one plays there. You could head there right now if you so wished.
I'm looking at Rain to do that. I feel like this is the team that's in prime relocation to just go grab some vehicles, send over there fast because of the plane path. Even if you don't know that nobody plays Severny, you know that nobody's there right now. But it looks like Far Voice Gaming are potentially going to be quicker on the draw on that front. This is the Ferry Pier hot drop. Comes through with Team Demon and Alpi playing both down there. There is a Milta hot drop as well. Across the map. Seems like those are the only 2 standoffs right now. Rain, we're pretty close to Kodiak, but I don't think Kodiak are going to want to fully pursue that. So yeah, it's just these 2 spots that are a little bit tense right now.
Vincere Mortem currently beset upon by one team driving fairly swiftly beneath them. I think it is just Samatana here, but the rest of Vincere Mortem is coming into backup. Havoc with the team to make their way up. Good shot from Musa. And he's gone.
Oh, another as well.
Didn't even bother to sit in the knocked out stage. I think Vincere Mortem's feeling some of the heat here.
It is a pretty tough test for them. I mean, yeah, this is just not the Vincere Mortem we saw during the knockout stages. They have not been able to bring it back to the table. So unfortunate stuff. 17-15, close to Epsilon Axe. This is that Milta hot drop I was talking about. At the moment, Epsilon Axe have a better route to get out, but the question is, what vehicles do they have there? They're on that north side of Milta, and 17-15 do have a full surround on it. So potentially more maneuverability for 17-15 to be able to get away from this one. As we hop back over to Ferry Pier, because it's starting to unfold with action as some nice shots around the edge there from Carlos.
Not bad at all. Team Demon getting a lot done. This is a pretty action-packed early game here for Erangel. As Cappuccino will go down. Tikas now. Last alive here outside of Jakey. He's extremely low HP. You can see there's nothing on side. And this is one of the problems with this playing path is it just gives you no loot. Nothing to work with. Everyone's going to be bouldering through you as well. It's tough.
And no matter what happens, you're going to be slow on those rotates as well. And you're going to find it difficult to get back up there. Tikas wanting to try and stick this res, get his teammate back up and play with more barrels on side. There's a player flying out on the flank, though, that they do need to worry about. Look at Eurozada. He's still got angles, and there's a double spray down coming through. Oh no, okay, that's not a double knock there. Abito is still up in an action on the angle after getting rezzed by his teammate. Needs to hold something big, but can't quite get it done either. The backline is dispatched as well. That's going to allow Team Demon to play on as 4. Okay. They're going to be able to play on from Ferry Pier. Need to get looted pretty quickly, though. And in fact, 2 teams did already go all the way up to Zaverni. You got Farvoice and Ritzy now playing up on there as we hop back over to Milter.
Relax. Going up against 17-15. It's all popping off everywhere at the moment, John. But this is an isolated engagement. No hope at any other team coming in to rescue either one of these squads. It's fully sent in. Ooh. There's the DBS back at it once again. I mean, he did have to basically shove it down his throat there to make that happen. Quite directly in his face.
You know, needs must. Trying to get that one to work around the corner. Hayward able to win the trade against Skylo. I mean, Boars could potentially still sail past this one. They're still in Novo. So the route out, likely that Eastern Bridge, and could send them very close to this fight. So if it keeps going, a couple of points on the cards potentially for Boars. I'm taking a look at the picture-in-picture, which is on board with Ritzy up on that north side in Saverni. And they want that loot truck to themselves as Epsilon lose yet another player in Milton.
Yeah, it's weird that they're putting a lot of stock in this. I mean, well, maybe they don't know, but Farvoice Gaming are towards their southwest. This is pretty prime time to, well, third party the loot truck, I suppose.
Yeah.
But they're scared. They're very scared. They don't want to move in. They don't want to do anything with this. Oh, Ritzy will get a freebie.
Yeah, we're going to be able to grab a whole bunch of loot from there. Grab what they need. Cypher's first on the spot, and now going to break out, potentially guard. It may be that they do know that Farvoice is here, because, I mean, these two teams... I mean, Farvoice was there first. Ritzy then came in from the east side. And going into the north side of Saverni is an interesting decision if you don't think anyone's there, right? And maybe, sure, you're trying to get the loot truck. But I feel like, yeah, fully committing to that north side isn't a play you make if you don't have intel that there's a team already in there.
Yeah, well, I think for Ritzy, it's the case that they got up towards that top side of the map early. The playing path was so far down towards the south, they didn't expect any of the teams. I think you can lock in. You almost do want to lock in on the northern side so you can go over the northern coast. Having access to that northern coast is really useful because if we get a northeast shift, you have access to the northeast compounds. You get a western shift, you have access towards the coastal edge. I mean, not likely you'll grab that compound that currently Gods Reborn are taking because that's a bit risky. I don't mind it too much. I think that for Saverni, it's fairly easy to exit compared to most other POIs.
I just feel like if you think you're the only team there, you go for a little bit of looting and then you start to play out towards the south and the hills a little bit and see what's there. Well, we'll have to see if they make plays in the future that give it away that they think Farvoice Gaming is here. Yara Crew, okay. A little bit too bold. A little bit too bold for my liking, but Loco is still on side and will go down for it as well. Swat Europa, move in through and do so fairly successfully. Yara Crew were on a big 2-2 split for a while, and if they'd have stayed as 4, could potentially have kept things together here, but they are faltering and potentially on for their worst performance so far in these finals.
Yeah, down to 3 players. But most teams will have to make a big migrate over towards that western edge now. Kodiak, Golden Guardians also all making that maneuver. For Gods Reborn, pretty easy. Shift down towards that south side, but this does keep a lot of the river in. Oh, a little bit tricky to navigate, and with Everest being such a big feature on that south side, that's like a lot of area that's cut off that's not as playable as you might think. Teams don't realistically want to get stuck into crates either. You are locked in there for quite a while if you are confirming over towards that location.
Calais trapped on the upper floor now. The nade's starting to pour on in through the windows as well. SWAT Europa do not want to let this one go. With the circle moving out to the west side, they want to take control of it, but a nade in from Lazzy finds Crazy, so that slows SWAT down a little bit. They've got one player on the out angle as well. Allende Boy, you could see him on the south there on the mini-map. So it is a 3v3 on the inside, but there's an off angle to worry about. Lazzy finds another, and they're on the swivel. A one-for-one trade around the corner now. It's just the Andy Boy for SWAT Europa. Tries to go in the passenger seat. Is immediately put back in his place. So, a nice pickup, but that is at the cost of a spray down over towards AZM. Nobody else is nearby to go for it, though, Blank, because everybody on the east is too far away, and everybody else has already sent it much more central.
Pretty ridiculous 1v3 clutch. Won't lie. What a 180 peak on the DBS shot as well. That was very surprising. Incredible clutch coming through from that Yara crew. Looked a lot worse, and then it suddenly got a whole lot better. Very, very confident is AZM to take those engagements, it seems. Even as a solo, no pressure, no pressure.
I thought when they were caught out on the hillside, they'd taken 2 knocks or so. It felt like it was potentially done and dusted for this match, but they want to keep those points rolling in. I was thinking back as well to the knockout stages.
No last places.
And on 12th, well, they can't get last place right now anyway, but during the knockout stages, Boars, over 2 days and 12 matches of plays that they had, were able to earn 160 points, right? And that was already, like, phenomenal. Wow, incredible. They have the potential to do it here, to break that 160-point barrier, 3 matches shy of that metric, right? Which would be, I mean, just even more mind-boggling than they've already been, than we've already talked about them with. So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to do that, because Kodiak now potentially on the doorstep could prove to be a problem.
Yeah, they are encircling, and right now for Hayara crew, they're still reassembling the squad. Circle does move over towards that northeast side. No one confirmed over towards crates, which I'm glad to see. We are heading over towards a pretty interesting area of the map. You do have shooting range still in just over, well, ish. You're mostly the dead woods on that western side of it still in of shooting range. You also have the fields over towards that northwest, but it's really this valley that sits between Far Voice Gaming on the south side of Georgia Paul, as well as Golden Guardians. That's like the main feature of this circle, where you don't really want to play central. It's a bit open.
Yeah, there's a little bit too much threat right now. In a stage or two's time, potentially that decision will look to change. Could reprioritize things when you know there's a little bit less threat from those flanks and those off angles. When teams have really started to commit to positions, you can make some more concrete decisions. But for now, yeah, it's a little bit too early to try and get central. Vincere Mortem is not going to let that stop them, though, because they send the most central that they possibly could be with their duo remaining. And fair enough. I think with a duo, you do kind of just want to go into these positions, keep a low profile where you can, and try and hold out for as long as possible. Maybe get a point or two. Is unfortunate. Yeah. Gods Reborn lose a player on their rotate.
Vincere Sports, it's a guillotine hanging above them for like stage 6, stage 7. Maybe even earlier than that, but this is at least an attempt to get over towards top 8, which is not a terrible idea. Kodiak currently trying to run through teams and not doing a terrible job of it either.
Ooh. They are going to take some knocks, though. Take a little bit of damage. Winnie is flushed. Interesting that they decided to shoot all the way up north. They were around that Yara crew on the east side here, but now they got 17-15. They got Ritzy. They did have Rain to deal with, but that's going to go their way. So they've earned 3 points for their troubles.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff from Kodiak. And cleared out a little bit of space, which was very much what helped Kodiak do so well in those knockout stages, that they were very good at clearing out areas for themselves to play super relaxed in. Hasn't been as much of a case here in the finals, where those locations are a little bit more difficult to excavate, I'd say, versus some of these squads. No one really want to play over towards that western side either. I think the only team that's currently there is Havoc. and that's out of necessity because they crossed on the bridge from south to North George.
TBSS disengaging from that fight, trying to get away from it. They know they need to move, but they are setting up north towards the Boars potentially. So difficult fight ahead of them if they want to keep going that way. Demon will be allowed across the bridge so they can go for their crossings. Don't know if they have any more vehicles to play around with. They rode up to the bridge on a couple of buggies, a couple of vehicles, but they may have been blasted out. Hard north shift on this circle. This is great for Kodiak's previous decision to send all the way up to the north, and Ritzy as well, very happy about this scenario. Hatyara crew, though, could potentially be bulldozed through by the Boars on the southeast.
Goodness me, yeah, this is kind of tough. So we are going to head over towards those woods on the north side of the map. You don't... How do you play this out, really? You kind of want to play down towards that ridge side, maybe tuck yourself in. 17-15 currently driving directly past the Boars right now. Teams might want to intersperse themselves across that north side of the map. There is a compound that sits over towards the western side, but how likely is that going to stay in the circle? And it doesn't provide you much sight lines out of. Yeah, it's a nasty circle to work with here, John.
Boars going for an open ground split right now. They sent 2 players down into the shack in the middle. It looks like, yeah, they're going to have 2 players there. 1 player on Terminus on the outside by this rock. And they've got Magnazada as well playing on his own little bit of cover there. TBSS actually going head-to-head with Kodiak on that north side as they did roll all the way up to the north side. And actually, Kodiak is suffering here. Just Momodal left. As he does manage to get the flush onto Ronan, but TBSS, they're playing as 3, and 1 player now left for Kodiak, which is, again, very good news for the Boars to just keep that margin expanding. Closer and closer to guaranteeing themselves that spot. On the southeast side, Golden Guardians trying to move away. 77 extracting, and Team Demon will not be able to keep him down. They will be falling. Out they go, and the southeast side just got a little bit quieter.
Which is great news, considering that it's getting very, very tightly packed in this circle of where players can work their way towards. Hatyara crew starting to move their way over towards that northwest side. I don't mind Boars' position. It's a little bit aggressive, right? Where you can play from, but it's certainly doable. Hatyara crew moving towards the end of the crashed airplane. Which is not a bad high ground to work around with, honestly.
I don't think any team is really going to be putting pressure on it either right now on that eastern side. So playing as 3, they're being afforded a little bit of grace by the rest of the lobby. Leslie being that forward anchor for them. They're just keeping their back flank safe right now with Calais and AZM. Both making sure no one's rotating in through and behind them. Havoc, though, have a little bit of bigger fish to fry because Golden Guardians are stepping up to the plate and they've teed off on Zinc. It's not going to be able to get that one back up. The point does go over to Gods Reborn, though, who are all the way out on that west side. Everybody in the middle, however, still isolated, fully locked in now. A 2-2 split for Boars. This is pretty much confirmed. Ritzy might try and have a look over and see what they can find. Big pickup for TBSS, actually, onto Lazzy. This is very split from the rest of Hatyara crew, and if they want to get him back up, they need to move fast.
How likely is that going to happen, though, with TBSS now starting to roll around towards him? I think they're not going to take any quarter here. This is the first time we've seen TBSS being really aggressive. I'm glad to see it as well. Hatyara crew realize that they need to get a move on. So Calais is going to start to move down. Some good shots starting from AZM, who is just... He is absolutely disgusting in terms of accuracy today.
Wow, incredible stuff. They may... No, I thought they were going to be able to get their player back in, but no, it's just a little bit too strong on the blue zone tick down. And they'll play as 3, but they get a point as commiseration, so not the end of the world. That's going to bust TBSS down to 2, so do secure their northern flank for it. Lazzy may be staying there a little bit too long, but they will continue to fight on with 5 eliminations for Hatyara crew. Teams still in the middle. Boars looking to make their mark on this one. I want Ritzy to have a good shout into this one. They've been moving quite well. I like what they've been able to do. Hang on, what is this? Okay, Shum holding the staircase on the south side here. Vincere Mortem are still swinging for the bleachers. Should be able to pick up a flush. Okay, wasn't ready for that one. Able to get the shutdown. So Vincere Mortem now out on that south side of the circle. Leaving 17-15 on, well, 3, but 2 now. As that is a shot coming through from AZM, who continues that accurate streak.
Yeah, I do think that, going in as P90, kind of a difficult task. So don't feel too upset about them losing that engagement. But I think for Boars playing so central here, you really have to keep your head on a swivel. They do have 4 players alive. They are looking to push this game even further. And you are absolutely right. I think you talked about it quite a bit so far, John. But Boars having 105 points over 3 matches. Well, not even 3 matches just yet. That is a tremendous result from the Boars. It does not happen often. Obviously, it is outclassed by Hatyara crew. But still, I think we have to praise Boars in a big way. This is a very, very good marker for them. And they play slower than everyone else. They do play a little bit slower, a bit more methodical.
Yeah, they've really displayed some class here. They've already put 2 chicken dinners on the board after getting that previous one. They want to try and keep that under control. Momodal, the last player from Kodak, would love to take down the Boars. He'd absolutely love to, but yeah, I think Ritzy have other ideas. There is an answer over towards the knock to 2-2-pack, and actually that might get flushed away. It's looking pretty hairy right now on the northern side. They do need to make a move forwards. Hatyara crew taking shots out this way, but I think they've just about managed to get back to cover. And the Golden Guardians as well looking to try and find the final player of Far Voice. That's going to go their way. They're playing as 4 now, Blank, on the southwest side. Golden Guardians, Ritzy, 2 teams that I think have been sort of this middle pack representative team. And they do both have a chance to really start to pump their numbers here and show what they're made of against a diminished Hatyara crew.
Yeah, it's very much a good opportunity for them to start moving on with. This is always a fun little part of the map where you're sort of hoping to sweep out as much of this western side as possible because it affords you much of the high ground in this particular area of the map. Boars Gaming just basically creeping their way up towards that western side. For Ritzy, they are starting to coalesce a little bit, right? Starting to group up, looking to pinch over towards Gods Reborn, who are stuck between Golden Guardians as well as Ritzy. They don't have the opportunity to head over towards that eastern side because they're going to expose themselves to so many sidelines.
Next circle comes on through. It goes out to the east, so keeps the Boars in and 17-15. This whole west side needs to resolve. And Hatyara crew do need to move down a little bit from their position, but I think this eastern side is going to be much more dangerous. Golden Guardians need to pick their poison. Do they try and sweep south towards 17-15? I feel like they might try and take that location. There's only 2 players for 17-15. The question is, do they know that? Robs spots Calais, but he just about hits the deck within just the nick of time there.
Yeah, he was pretty lucky on that one. Circle does head down. This is actually a really nasty shift. I think this is the shift that most people didn't want to see on this circle. Requires people to get off that high ground, and it's great news for Boars, right? They have a lot of control over this area. Nades are coming in thick and fast over towards 17-15. It's really a question of how long he can last this storm of nades.
Ooh, little assist there from AZM across the way. On the inside, though, they do manage to find yet another. The res can come through. But Hatyara crew still taking shots. They're actually fending off against Ritzy now on that eastern side. Taper goes down. As that is going to be Golden Guardians claiming the compound at the cost of Hoxie. As I said before, though, Ritzy losing a player on that eastern side, trying to flex on out, and Hatyara crew dispatching them with the assist from Boars as well. Plenty of points being funneled on in. Again, Boars now looking to try and defend off against the push from the western side as Gods Reborn want to try and take a chunk out of it.
Kind of a wild push from Ritzy where they sort of split up between, but this is what I was saying is that you don't really want to have to go for this wrap down towards the eastern side. It is really rough. I think most teams, this is one of those circles where it is gamble. It's a massive gamble. It's a bit of a coin flip. If you get the western high ground, suddenly you're in the driving seat of the game. If you get an eastern shift, if you're inside the valley, you're in a much better spot. It is a bit harder to fight from here looking upwards, but this is your best chance to win the match, is to get this circle shift in particular.
Gods Reborn looking for another way in. They did take a knock, and it was flushed away as well. Oh, no, hang on a minute. No, it wasn't flushed away. They did manage to get that res, but they're looking for another way in that doesn't go straight towards the Boars. Calais sends down into the saddle of the hillside that they have there. Looks like AZM may be looking to follow soon. SnowX wants to reposition for the Boars as well. They have been freed up a lot more now. The Boars can start to extend some influence where before they had to just really hold to their 2-2 split. They can move around a little bit more effectively now.
Which is great news for them because They do want to flex out a little bit here. Not too much, because God's Reborn still have to come off this high ground, and I think the Boars are very aware of that. The quicker they can start getting knocks over towards them as they are forced out, the better, though. I think they know that this is the only full-fledged team still left inside the lobby.
Really reticent to pull the trigger there. 77, though. Spots XYZ. It's looking to be a little bit isolated on that western flank as well for Gods Reborn. Yeah, that does go through. AZM pinches the point, and Hatyara Crew are earning a lot on this match. They're up to 10 elims right now, Blank, and 4th place guaranteed. So it's not going to be their worst performance in terms of placements at all. They have had 1 5th place, but they've only had 1 other 4th place, you know? So what they haven't had is a 3rd place. So let's be on the lookout for that.
This is what our lives have come to. We are excited about a team getting 3rd and not 2nd. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Yara Crew off in the distance. AZM taking a fair bit of damage. He's going to struggle to come off that high ground. Calais has created a little bit of an anchor point for him, but I do think it's going to be hard for AZM to make that run out. It would have to be a big distract coming through from Gods Reborn, and as well as Boars, for that to happen.
It may well be. Robs has to reposition now. AZM may be able to move under cover of fire from across the way. Calais not quite getting involved with the shots over towards Gods Reborn, playing very close to this little saddle. But it's Golden Guardians that I'm slightly worried about on that south flank for Calais and for AZM as well. Blue wants to find some shots, but they don't quite know where all the players are. AZM does get spotted, so he can't go for that run out. I don't think that you send Calais back out to go for that res, so it may just be fighting on as one. There's that flush. Snowix breaking out as well to that east side. Shows that the Boars are really starting to take some initiative here. They can read the pace of the lobby. They can read the tempo very, very well. That's exactly what they'll do. Oh, 4th place, so they don't manage to quite get up to 3rd place. Yara Crew will go down, but they still got a whole heap of points for that game. Over the double digits already. As Gods Reborn, yeah, they're just getting torn to pieces here. The crossfire. Gods Reborn will be taken down. Boars trading back and forth with the Golden Guardians. And now, with 3 players alive, 9 eliminations, can they take on the Boars at full 4?
I mean, look at the speed from Boars. This is actually really good gameplay coming through from them. Instantly into position. Robs gets a little bit over-aggressive there, but will find his mark. And now it is just 77 still up and remaining with a P90 trying to get it done. That was a fantastic endgame. We didn't have a lot of time to analyze that, of how all that played out, but that was a lovely endgame from Boars. They got this lineup. As soon as they felt the thorn in their side go away from Hatyara Crew, instantly line up and they sweep to the south. I love that match from Boars. I mean, it was like 3 minutes of perfection, honestly. And
they have a back-to-back chicken dinner as well. Able to win on Rondo, win on Erangel. Now they're going to have another opportunity at Rondo. 8 eliminations, fairly timid, fairly quiet, but I think you're right. The quality of the gameplay there was worth so much more than the points coming through for Boars, showing minimal damage, cleaning up towards the end. They played their position perfectly. Yeah, brilliant stuff coming through. Very, very happy with that one. And Yara Crew do still get loads of points or whatever, but that's kind of old news. We're kind of over that now.
We kind of are. Yeah, exactly. We're at the point where Yara Crew getting points is like, oh, well, kind of expected that to happen. So what else is exciting in these games? It's definitely hard to say right now. With Yara Crew being so far ahead. But I mean, that endgame from Boars was lovely. I don't actually think we've seen a better endgame from any team so far other than that match. So it was so swift in execution.
Yeah, surgical from the Boars. Able to show us how it's done. The Golden Guardians do get the MVP title though. QWERTY able to put in 960 damage. And I mean, obviously, as we said, 8 eliminations for the Chicken Dinner team. It's not unreasonable that a team from, a different team has an MVP representative. Getting 3 eliminations, 4 knockouts. They did survive very, very late into that match as well, Blank. Able to get all the way up into 2nd place. And that is a good result for them. And it's one of the two teams that I sort of were highlighting through that, right? Ritzy, very much disappointed. Golden Guardians, not so much.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, for Ritzy, there was definitely this case where I think they could have done a little bit better. They had the same problem as TBSS, where it was such a weird split they took in their engagement where they were not all on the same page. 2 players went to go fight Hatayara Crew. 2 players went to go fight Boars. TBSS, 2 players go to fight to finish off Hatayara Crew. 2 players stay behind for some reason. I think you've got to fully commit in those instances, otherwise that happens.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make, but it's the sort of decision you need to be bringing to the table. Ritzy do have a rep on that table as well. Boars top the tables on the points, though, and they get 18 for their troubles. Golden Guardians with 15, and Hatayara Crew were able to secure 14 points for themselves, which is way below their average. So really quite terrible if you think about it like that, you know.
Yeah, really quite a horrible result from Hatayara Crew. Definitely expected more from them overall. 14 points, it doesn't really cut the cake here. Obviously, we are joking. Boars Gaming, though, at the top with 18 points. They are trying to catch up, but only being able to get a profit of 4. It is annoying, I'd imagine. Very annoying. Golden Guardians, though, I think they are slowly making their way up the tables. They've been having like some good games here and there. Nothing extraordinary, but they are certainly putting up those points.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a chicken dinner already yesterday. I think they started this match pretty high up on the tables as well. Yeah, I think you're right. Kodiak will be slipping further behind the Boars, though, this time around, and that gulf just continues to widen. At the start of this, I think they were 27 points behind on the tables. That gap has expanded pretty heftily, right? It's going to be harder and harder to start to close that down. But we're going to give it a good go because at Kodiak, it's their only chance to look to qualify. Our MVP for the match, for the overalls, is going to be Calais now, knocking Loco off that top spot blank.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing incredibly well, so it's hard not to think that was fair enough that was going to happen. Really well done, though, to Calais. I think some of his engagements have been sublime. Like, crazy the way it's worked. But look at this. You know, it's still only 30 points behind the Boars. Very, very weird the way this is panning out.
That's 40.
Sorry?
That's 40 points behind the Boars.
Got 40 points behind the Boars, then. Sure. We'll do that. We'll do that instead. Let's go for that. Which is not horrible. It's not horrible.
Oh, you're talking about Hatayara. Okay, hang on a minute. I think I got confused. Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's exactly... Okay, right. I got confused. I jumped in your point. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, it's kind of addling the brain right at the top of the tables as to what
it's like 35 points, no?
Noticeably, they didn't manage to break 160. So they didn't manage to beat Boar's record in 3 matches short of what they were able to do. So yeah, Hatayara Crew continue to disappoint from match to match. Really, really quite horrible stuff. Our back page here, yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult for anybody on this back page to shine when so much focus has been on the teams basically in the top 3 or 4 of these tables. There's really been nobody else who has stepped into the limelight. You know, there's some interesting decisions that were made. I think probably most notably SWAT Europa's decision to stop hot dropping in Pachinki. But other than that, like, nothing notable has come out of this.
Yeah, sad to see. Honestly, very, very sad to see. But it's not. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. I think we sort of just have this big old point sponge towards the top right now, John, which is going to continue for the rest of this tournament. Kodiak desperately pumping those legs as much as possible to try and catch up. But within Cherry Morton's players just instantly, not DCing, but just taking the L on some of those engagements, not even trying to stay in whilst knocked. I think some of these players are realizing that it might be a little too late.
Hey, you know what? That's not the mentality that you need, right? You need to just be playing right up until the final whistle, because you can always do a little bit better than you did last time. And if you guys want to grab some UC whilst you're watching our players try and do as best as they can, you can. Thanks to our partners, BuffBuff. They are our officially partnered and secure top-up platform, delivering cheap and instant UC across the globe. And if you want a chunk of that 40,000 UC giveaway, keep your eye on the stream chat. The live stream chats will be having codes dropped into them, which you guys can redeem. Make sure that you're checking those out as fast as you can, because the first person to redeem them is the one who gets them. So if you're too slow, then you need to go again and try and find that next one. We're going to go to a couple of highlights from that last match. Next up is Rondo. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. I think what you were talking about before, and from what we've seen today, it feels like a little bit of a Boar's renaissance. Yesterday, they sort of paled in comparison to, obviously, Yaracru's performance, but they have done phenomenally well at reading the lobby, moving into today with some obviously very well-prepared plans, some schemes, some approaches to these games. And it speaks as a testament to their maturity, to their ability to just keep going in these scenarios.
Yeah, again, I think that for Boars, this is more about getting an even placing across every single game, every single day. It's a very different playstyle, right, where eventually they are going to be at a good spot. And there's now this possibility, with the way the Boars are playing, that eventually they may catch up to Yaracru, right? Maybe that happens, maybe that doesn't, but with the way they're playing, if Yaracru isn't able to keep up this kind of performance, certainly possible. It is a little bit difficult considering we almost never see Yaracru do badly in these matches. But I do think that Boars is putting on a great case for their own gameplay today.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks disciplined. It looks well founded. It looks like to be on solid foundations, and hopefully they can continue to build that one up. I don't think anyone would begrudge them coming second to this Yaracru performance, but that's not where they wanted to see themselves at the start of this one. They want to lift that trophy. They want to be at the top of the table. They're going to test their mettle once more on Rondo. We saw a double plane path previously blank. That's not the case this time around. The Ox Factory may be a little bit far-flung for our players, but Yulin is certainly not. So that could get dicey.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a huge hot drop in Yulin potentially. Tinlong Gardens also could be a spot where everyone's going to be heading over towards. A little bit of a bigger area to traverse and not too fun when it comes to actually going for those hot drops. So we'll see what happens there.
Looks like Epsilon Axe going to be the only team fully to drop out on that south side. it might be Havoc behind them, but I think that's just a solo sending out towards a recall tower to be an anchor. You can see a lot of solos out early. Yara crew as well, staying out of it. This time heading towards Rinjiang and that recall tower down there on the south side. Yulin does seem to have quite a lot of players jumping on through blank. So who's going to be able to earn the most points for their troubles? Kodiak desperately wanting to find those points, but Boars, they're chilling. They're still going back to Stadium.
Yeah, straight in there. I mean, no reason not to. It's a good spot on the map to work with. No one's going to really be too upset with that one for Boars. They have had a couple of moments where teams tend to try and drop on top of them. Kodiak here not having the greatest of time against Golden Guardians, who have had a fairly good set of matches up until this point.
I mean, they have cleared out most of Kodiak here. Golden Guardians are doing pretty well on that fight. I think they managed to go and win most of their trades, could potentially even get the reses on the inside and clear out most of Kodiak. Yeah, Kodiak are down to just their anchor. So they've been flushed all the way out. The points do go to that Golden Guardians tally. Bump them up. They're in 4th place right now and chasing Kodiak. So good news on that trade. Deny Kodiak the ability to get hot drop points. Earn some for yourself. A great start if you want to jump up towards that 3rd place spot.
PMGO Esports sending some Molotovs across, denying some runouts as he attempts to get further into this one. Again, this is the weird thing about Yulin, is that it does have that capability to have a lot of teams in it at once. Definitely does slow down the fighting quite a bit. Meantime, the TBSS is terribly on their part. Unfortunately, Ritzy is getting a little bit of their own back.
Yeah, they have managed to get a recall down, though, so Albana can potentially bring the rest of the team back up and into action, as can everybody who's lost players so far. Of course, the recall tower is a major feature. If you haven't been watching PUBG Mobile for a little bit, this may be slightly unfamiliar to you, but our teams, even if they lose players, can send for a recall tower, which are marked on the map as a green heart, and activate them to revive their fallen teammates. You just need someone alive on the outside who's going to be able to do it. And of course, a little bit of time and clearance and under no threat to be able to get your teammates back on in. So very, very valuable, which is why you see such advanced hot drops here on Rondo with Yulin seemingly being the focal point for it now. Mustang able to clock one, a 17-15 try and surge on through. It's going well, and now it's just Eurozada for Team Demon. And yeah, that is an anchor position, which means that they all just go down. Those 3 points claimed. 17-15 with 6 elims right there.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, 6 elims to start the game. We only really seen more than that in the knockouts. So we had Voice Gaming getting 9 elims, and the majority of them was on Matt, and that was pre 5 minutes. This is already a fairly good result here coming out from the Golden Guardians. 17-15, sorry. But yeah, it's definitely slowing down now. Once again, the circle is about as far down towards the southwest as it can get, John. Yeah. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it popped up a while ago, but obviously with all the hot drops coming on through, and they're still popping off as well. Teams are kind of getting stuck in, but for Yulin hot drops, that's pretty good news for the circle being all the way on the southwest, gives them a closer route out. However, regrouping your anchor back to Yulin can be very, very treacherous. If you win out the fight fully, often it can be more favorable of a position to actually be forced out and have to go to that recall and all play in together. So we'll see who's going to be able to make the most of that. As it looks like, yeah, Gods Reborn having a tough time against Havoc now on the Yulin hot drop as it continues to unfold. Ritzy seemingly taking care of a player on the Golden Guardians. And damage just keeps pouring out from every single fight, from every single angle. There is really no cessation to this as Wings tries to fly, not quite living up to his name, and will come crashing back down to earth with a belly full of lead.
I mean, Cashy's just been holding this spot down the entire time. For TBSS, oh my god, what a lucky break for them, right? They head down towards the south side of Far Voice Gaming. They're looking for a res beacon on that side of the map, but it is in the circle, which is lovely. I think there is actually... Oh yeah, Hayaruku's holding it. No, never mind. That's terrible news.
I mean, Far Voice Gaming and Hayaruku both trying to move in around this area. You're right, though, on Yara Crew, there is that outpost on that south side. TBSS, they've been trapped in this area near Rinjiang on that south edge for quite a while now, because Albana has been a solo for since, I can't remember which fight it was, but for a few minutes. And they've been looking to try and find their way on through. Yara Crew do regroup up to 4 players after being pushed back by Far Voice Gaming, who don't have a recall tower of their own. And they're going to be pushed potentially in towards Kodiak, as the Boars also have moved in from the north side.
Boars. They took a very quick road turn. I think it's one of those few times where I don't think Terminus is going to stick around in Stadium for very long. I don't think there's any reason to, so you just try and send down as quickly as possible. I would say this is quite an interesting area of the map in terms of terrain. There's not like major areas like Jadena City involved, Test Track, Neox Factory, Tinlong Gardens, but I do think the terrain is really fun to play on this side of the map. A lot of higher grounds, a lot of little valleys, some more difficult areas to traverse through in the midst of all of it with these open grounds. So yeah, wherever this does end, I would be quite happy. You do also have a lot of the unplayables down here in terms of the big pillars that stick out of the ground, which you can get up to with some dogged maneuvers with a buggy, but that does require you to kind of lock in early on.
Oscuro on the corner, looking for maneuvers of his own. Needs to keep quiet to try and maybe bait a player out, but as soon as they start taking more angles out wide, for Rain, this is going to be tough stuff. Closes the door. Yeah, Oscuro has to give the game away now. Can't wait for them to run out. Can't really do too much. Steps out wide into a volley of fire, though, but needs to keep his teammate safe. Does so. Shotgun shells to the back. Keep them safe, and a drop down's not going to work either. Allende Boy is playing off Oscuro beautifully here for SWAT Europa, and they keep Rain at bay, leaving Anna the last to stand. It feels like it is always Anna the last to stand for Rain.
Yeah, I mean, for Rain, Anna has played very well. Come on, guys.
Hey.
It's only a game.
Hey. I don't know if that came through the mic, but it was a severe tutting I've dished out there to Andy Boy, and I hope he feels it.
Yeah, well, to be fair to them, they have been getting run down a lot on Rondo, so it must be nice to get one big win in for yourself.
Okay, circle. Big South keeps the river in, and this 2-2 split for Yara Crew is a major feature of it. Loco and Lazy really need to be on it with holding this western side to keep the team fully safe. I mean, actually, both sides. Both sides are under huge amounts of pressure. This 2-2 split could come down around their ears very quickly.
Yeah, I don't really like... Actually, you know, the terrain is cool. The war not so much. Rinjiang still being in. All of these unplayables still being in as well. This is probably one of the least fun areas that you could have headed down to. So, a little bit more difficult to work with. You got Long Ho as well, down towards that south side, which you imagine TBSS is going to try and extricate themselves from eventually. Poor Albana has been basically rotating from place to place, looking for a safe res beacon to go for. Finally, they find one and get the players back in, which is great to see.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. They found a sweet home for Albana. And Leonard Skinner's pretty happy about that too. On the southwest side. And from that area, though, do they have many routes in? They've liked to play a slow march. I think it's safe to say about TBSS. They like to play slow on these edges. So potentially could play into their strengths, as well as being on the far side from all of the teams grouping in from the rest of the map. So they've got potentially more maneuverability than they would be afforded from other places.
Taking a look now of how really Alpi Esports plays this one out. They do have the bridge over towards their northwest side that they can play off the back of, but there's so much like unenjoyable area around here where they don't have the greatest of sight lines. They might have to wait it out for the time being for a lot of the teams to come through Hongshan. Start to deal with them a little bit later.
Shots coming out from Gods Reborn, who have taken a turn for the worse today. They've lost a player on this match as well. They've let their fourth place slip, given that position over towards the Golden Guardians. Kodiak on one player as well. They have not been able to find their feet here. Yara Crew going toe-to-toe with Venturi Mortem, and actually there's a flush sent their way. That is on the east point of this 2-2 split. Yeah, so Yara Crew now having to play on as 3, and they definitely can't hold this split now. For Calais, either find a recall tower right now in Rinjiang, or yeah, find the regroup. It looks like they're going to regroup out to the east side, and Venturi Mortem, are they going to be able to stop them here? I don't think they're there in time.
Venturi Mortem, I think you're right, John. I think they will have difficulty doing that.
Is he getting the recall?
Maybe? Potentially?
Goodness me.
I mean, for Boars, this is a really nice shift over towards that northern side. Ritzy, though, get themselves a little bit of a good position. I think it's very unlikely this heads over towards the east, though. So we're kind of cutting out a small portion of the map, John, which is quite significant. It's about locking teams over towards our western side. We do have the lake that sits over towards the eastern edge of Lampo. So that is... you might not think, but that's also a little bit of a chunk of ground that's taken up. So you're squeezing a lot of teams into this line across the center of the map, the center of this circle. I don't think a lot of teams are going to enjoy this, and it's also going to be a huge funnel down towards this southwest side, which luckily we do get to take a little look at as well.
Sematena very slowly rolling backwards in the buggy. Might just go on display for Calais, who's been launching some nades on down. Lots of players looking for the rollout. They're ready for it. They go for a pair peek, but not going to quite connect. The nade flying on forwards as well. Just behind the barrier there. Shouldn't do any damage, but the spray down from Loco on the off angle. That is nice to see. Safex is there as well. 2 players from Venturi Mortem are down and knocked. And that is going to leave just the last player alive on the bridge. And Yara Crew, I mean, they've handled this very, very well. They spot it, Venturi Mortem eliminated, and Yara Crew with 5 elims. And what was a hair-raising situation for them, actually managed to transition across to Loco's position with 4 players alive. I don't know if they're going to be able to get there unscathed, though, because TBSS have come in to join, and Golden Guardians are on the north side of it as well.
Golden Guardians... I think that they can definitely hold out a couple of teams here coming through on that southern edge, John. Kodiak also just crunching on this north side. I think they're the 2 big teams that are going to do the biggest amount of gatekeeping, put it that way, on this eastern edge. Quite like Havoc's rotate, though, John. Take a look at this. They've wrapped far on that southern edge, round towards Lampo. Are they going to get through Team Demon? Not entirely sure, but I do appreciate the attempt here.
I mean, it's a really wide wrap. They were near Rinjiang, and I thought that they were going to find AZM, who crashed out towards that recall tower to get all 4 of that Yara Crew back alive. But they've gone completely on the wide wrap. A knock does come through to one of them. One of their players could potentially still get picked up here, though. It's stage 3, so still resable until this circle touches, and they're close enough to the zone to be able to go for that pickup. But no, Musa is taken away. Don't think they've got a recall tower in there to be able to bring their team back. So playing on as 3, but still finding a way into the circle is more than can be said for most. And again, it's a north shift. Ritzy have been earning a lot of points, by the way, Blank. They're in double digits already. They're up to 10 elims, and they're slap bang in the middle of this one.
We did talk about Ritzy a lot before even the final started. We were saying that they were quite a promising team. And they've remained that way, right? I think for Ritzy, it's a case of you look at this squad, you think to yourself, you know, they're not terrible. And I think if in a different world where we didn't have incredible powerhouses like Kodiak, like Boars Gaming, like Yara Crew, Ritzy would be way further up in this lobby. It is just unfortunate they've had to go up against some absolute leviathans.
It has been just such a struggle to find any quarter given to you in these lobbies. SWAT Europa trying to find some of their own. Eclipse nearly bleeding out there, nearly getting sprayed down. Oh, a crash. Okay, here come the approaching players from Golden Guardians, and they do manage to run down one, but Yeah, I think these off angles just not going to work out. Another nade from player one does even the scoreline a little bit closer, but 2 players now to stand, playing on the corner against Calais. He just can't quite find the wall, but he does manage to win out the trade eventually. Now it's just Loco and that Yara crew in danger of their lowest placing in a long, long time. Certainly over the course of this one, a good cook on the nade, but the heal comes through just in time. And TBSS could shut this down as well. Looks for the point, looks for the spray. No, he's dashing forward. Loco caught on the off angle as well. Third-party positions coming into play, and Loco now needs to keep his wits about them. Darts out, but they are shut down. And finally, the Titans are toppled by 3 or 4 teams, giving them the runaround there. But they fall out in 13th place, 6 elims, blank. That is the worst they've done so far this finals, which is saying something given they've already got 6 points.
You know what is wild? It's 17-15 currently going against Epsilon Axe. But what is wild is when I wouldn't say we're celebrating, but we are getting excited about our team going down really early. But I think it's fair, you know, with how Yara Crew's been playing. I will say, though, this is that Balls Gaming now have a chance to catch up.
We didn't know. Oh, we thought he was down there with the rest of the team.
That is rough. But yeah, as I was saying, this gives an opportunity for Balls to catch up. They haven't had this opportunity. Well, they haven't had this opportunity all tournament.
That's a whole sentence, right?
Yeah.
They haven't had this opportunity.
Yeah, they haven't had this opportunity the whole tournament to catch up, sadly. But this is the one for them. So they can put some work in. And they are one of the few teams that actually has a really nice position on the map.
Yeah, they did manage to get in nice and early. Obviously, we know they don't like to go for those hot drops. They start from Stadium this time around. But they do have no elims on the cards right now, Blank, which is potentially a little bit of a lack of pushing power when it comes to jumping up those tables. But there's still plenty more points on the lobby to try and fight their way through. Try and earn on this one. Syph with the spray. Not quite connecting onto Abito. It is just Syph and Crispy who've been doing the lion's share of the work here for Ritzy in terms of the elims.
Oh, well, I mean, Aim God has been incredible when it comes to some of these shots that he's been taking on other maps. But it is nice to see some of the other squads stepping up. This circle, directly on top of them, continues to favor them a little bit. This means balls have to move in from the side, as do Far Voice Gaming. Pushing a little bit further over towards Gods Reborn. TBSS take a couple of knocks. TBSS they've really clawed their way back into this game, John. It's been a bit of a long-standing approach from them. Since that rotation down towards Rinjiang and then across the long hole from Albana to get the rest of the team back up again. I mean, as a solo, he did extraordinarily well. Stay alive that long to get his team back into it.
And you know what else is pretty extraordinary? Epsilon Axe. Look at maybe double their scoreline on this single match, but Skylo is going to have a real tough time of it. No recall towers available, so cannot get his teammates back on into the mix, and likely going down fairly soon. But 10 eliminations for them so far is, I mean, it's the best we've seen from them so far during these finals. Golden Guardians getting some nades on in towards TBSS. They are taken very, very low. Goes for the rundown, goes for the crash in, and that is TBSS down. So brutal, we couldn't even show it on camera, Blank. That's just the way it goes, as well as Epsilon Axe falling very soon as well.
Well, they almost did it. Far Voice Gaming also out now. Things will start to fall very quickly.
Oh my god, we had 10 teams like 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, they're falling. They are falling. Boars have made their way across. And we're into a very similar setup to what our last Rondo game was, which is basically the fight between Ritzy as well as Boars. Team Rain getting some good shots across over towards Gods Reborn in the meantime. Alpi's played it slow and cautiously, and they have benefited from that massively over on the Eastern side. I was talking about earlier, how were they going to deal with this one, because they had to be basically the roadblock between a lot of the teams on the East and getting in across that very small bridge on that Eastern side. But they've done a great job of it. It's got them in towards a lovely end game.
With a lot of ground covered as well. On that east side, playing on those hills, playing around those low ground paths. A lot of cover they can play on. The Boars trying to move towards Ritzy, who are up to 12 eliminations now, Blank. A really solid run out for them. We'll see if they can convert it this time as well, because they had a little bit of a struggle with their decision-making last time. They couldn't quite find a road in. They went for a crazy play, tried to go for a split, separate avenue push onto different positions, and really didn't work out too well. Golden Guardians go down, but they get 11 eliminations as well. Kodiak would hate to go down here, but they may have no option on that north side, as they do get eliminated. And with no Elim points, they only get 2 points on the match. So a big dent in the gap between them and the Golden Guardians has now been found.
That's very nice. It's very nice indeed. Gods Reborn looking to push a little bit further up as well. It is nice that also a lot of the teams we expected to do well are kind of there, right? I don't think we were too far off the mark, John, in terms of the leaderboards. I think we both have pretty much said Hatyara Crew, Golden Guardians, Ritzy, Kodiak, Venturi Mortem, Gods Reborn. I think those are Ritzy also. I think these are all teams that we sort of predicted. So I don't think we were too terrible last week in our assumptions.
Hey, we were at least within the right ballpark, I think it's safe to say. The Boars, though, looking to try and change the story and catching up to the performance seen from Hatyara Crew would be monumental. I also think that technically this match is not Hatyara Crew's worst performance. If you're going by points alone. Sure, by placement, they were like 13th or something. Ooh, okay, knee high. The chance against Gods Reborn, looking for a little bit more. No, not going to be able to find it. It's really not going to keep you safe. If you just look at the silo and stop moving, that's not a good strategy. Doesn't quite work out. Yeah,
that is not the way. I mean, that's really a panic play, right? It's like you go hug the big pillar.
His brain just shut down. Like
I'm gonna hug the big pillar, and hopefully it keeps me safe. It does not.
Oh, well, what are big pillars for then? What's the use? Get rid of it. If it wasn't there, he would have won that fight, 100%.
I agree. Well, no, I don't agree. I think it did bring him comfort in his darkest moment.
That's fair. A little bit of beacon, a beacon of respite coming into this one, hopefully.
He died of his best buddy.
I'm gonna
Great shots.
It's like that scene in Lord of the Rings where he's like, do you think you could die side by side with a tower? No, but I could die side by side with a friend. That's...
Yeah, exactly.
It's basically Legolas and Gimli. That's what I'm saying.
I get it.
And now he is the box that Gimli needs to stand on.
You gotta stop, man.
No.
You've gone too far.
Okay. That's fair.
You've overstepped.
I'm going to find a tower and just huddle up to it for a minute.
Okay, good. We are in our top 3, and it's the first time we've seen in a long while a top 3 with all 4 players up for each team. So this is actually a really exciting endgame for us. Boars is keeping a watchful eye towards Ritzy, and that makes sense. Alp Esports will be doing the same because it's likely that Ritzy is going to be the first to leave from this area into very obvious angles. So I would say that going off predictions alone, this is probably an LP into an Alp Esports and Boars Gaming endgame.
Okay. This is giving me flashbacks to previously when the Boars were looking to try and hold out Ritzy in a compound where they were trying to move south and just sort of pushing them into unfavorable position after unfavorable position. They were able to win that one out, though. The Boars maybe having a tougher time of this one. They're going to actually take the fight to Ritzy. They decide now's the time to go, but unfortunately, they lose Ragnazada on the inside. That is not the player you ought to be losing. Certainly their standout fragger so far, but don't discount Snowix, Robs, Terminus. They still have got plenty of gumption left to give. But I mean, these LP off angles are just so brutal.
And Rob's going down to another Naval Crispies. That's a re-knock on their side. Oh, God. For Boars, it's not going well. I mean, it's a good approach coming through from the guys on Ritzy. Really, really well done to hold their nerve here.
13 eliminations, and they're actually going to rack up a 14th. So, I mean, removing a player from LP is a pretty big opener for Boars as well as for Ritzy. To reduce the number of angles in play, really starts to consolidate those angles and the directions of threat coming through from Alpi. You can see they're now all lined up on that northern side, so the Boars do have more breathing room here.
I mean, for Ritzy, it's a huge opener. Actually, a really huge opener. Getting a knock and a flush on both Alpi as well as Boz Gaming, huge. But again, I would say this is more on Alpi than it is Boz, right? I think if you're Alpi, you see where Boz are playing, you wrap around towards this north side and you just play into Ritzy, and then you have to hold out Boz later on. Instead, they weakened their position versus Ritzy because they tried to get some cheeky knocks over towards Boz Gaming, which I don't think was really the play in this instance.
SnowX with his last nade forwards. Not finding a knock. Crispy nearly going down. Abito is the cat amongst the pigeons on the sidelines. Terminus nearly finding Crispy again, but look at the laser coming through from Safe. Able to find Terminus, get the knock. It's going to slow down the balls, remove the sightline. Abito now really needs the backup from his team, but they're nowhere to be found. An immediate flush, and Ritzy keep going on this one. Terminus, no, he's not going to get res. That's flushed away, so a 2v4. There's a 1-for-1 trade, and now it's just Rob's left standing. Cappuccino able to pick it up. The balls go down. 4 eliminations, third place, 5 points for it. Not the dent that they were looking to put into the lead coming through from that Yara crew, but now all eyes on Ritzy, looking to try and take down Alpi.
Nice shot.
And another head has been spotted, and immediately it's taken off.
17 eliminations for Ritzy here. This is a really, really big result for them. MG3 coming through for Cappuccino.
Uh-oh.
See if we can get done with it. He is the solo player from them. Luckily, he is in this next circle. But Ritzy will just probably slowly walk him down here. Having vehicles available from inside the compounds is huge too. Gives you a lot of options going into this end game.
There's some emergency cover now out to his right. Doesn't have any smokes to mask the way unless he's got a back pocket smoke launcher, which is certainly possible. We're going to launch a little bit of a confusion game as Safe strafes out wide, up to the high ground on the far. Yeah, okay. This should be done and dusted. He's waiting for the peak. This is pure gun skill, aim skill challenge, and immediately Safe. He's just got the pace.
Barely saw him.
Yeah, he peeks out. That's it. That's going to be the shutdown. And Ritzy with a pretty miraculous chicken dinner coming through there. A hard-fought one as well with 19 eliminations, 21 knockouts. They find 29 points this match. Blank. There's now a contest for third place that is starting to pop off, starting to open itself up.
Absolutely. I will say though that shouldn't really have happened the way it did go down. Again, I think that is more of an issue that comes into play at lower levels of PUBG Mobile, where teams don't really work together as much as they probably should. In that instance, Boz and LP Sports both should be looking to work together to finish off the guys over on Ritzy Esports. The fact that Alpi Sports weakens the position of Boz Gaming allows Ritzy to get out. And what they should have done is it would have been way easier and there'd been a much better metric for Alpi Esports to win that game had they fought Boz later on.
Yeah, it's potentially a misstep there for them, but I mean, they still get fairly late into the match. They still got quite a lot of points to earn for it, but not quite as many as Ritzy, who I think they started on 53 points, Blank, with those 29 extra. They're going to be jumping up over 80. They might be in third place from that map because Kodiak went down very, very early. I think they did get some placements though, so it could be. It's really, really close, but I think Ritzy is very much in the contest for third place, and the Golden Guardian's going to be pretty miffed about that one.
Yeah, I would say so. I think for the Golden Guardians, it's a frustrating result for them, where they would have loved to be much further up in the rankings. I think they've made a good push for it for today, but this is just what Rondo does, John. It just affords you these massive games.
Absolutely. The opportunity to really change things up, and it's also, of course, exacerbated by the point sponge at the top, right? Yarakru Boars earning so many points over these last 2 days that we haven't even finished yet. We've still got 2 more matches to play. But because they've earned so many points, it means that the gaps between the teams are much, much smaller. So big games like that really can change how it appears on those tables and earn you a lot more money to boot. You can see top 3 players coming through from Ritzy, as 2 of their players surpass 1,000 damage. 8 elims, 6 elims, 4 elims, brilliant stuff. Representative from 1715, as well as Alpi, with Cappuccino bringing up the rear on the top 5, as we take a look at our match rankings.
You see Alpi Esports getting away with 15 points on that game. Boars Gaming surprisingly only walk away with 9. I think that is the big surprise on the game. Epsilon Axe, you said it during the game, they almost doubled their total points off of that one, but 0 placements, which is always going to be the issue here for Epsilon Axe towards these later parts of the game. Golden Guardians, it's not a terrible result from them. 12 points total.
Yeah, pretty happy with that for the Golden Guardians. They did have some difficult spots. Our top overall players, though, now have Crispy in the mix. 4th place right now, just about exceeding AZM, who, he was a lot lower down. Loco also regaining the top spot away from Callum.
Yeah, I mean, Vagnazada here are still putting in a lot of work for Boars Gaming. I will say that Terminus has kind of had some of these moments where I feel like the rest of the squad is very, very good when it comes to those fights, but Terminus is getting caught out sometimes, and that is causing a few problems for Boars. Then again, I think they've been switching out their final 4th player quite a few times, so you can't be too hard on Terminus here, because he's still getting used to the gameplay from the squad. So I think it's okay for now. But that was the game for Boars to catch up, and they don't do a whole lot of it. So now 31 points behind. A little bit of profit here and there. And Ritzy don't grab 3rd place. Kodiak still hold on to it. Barely.
Yeah, 3-way race, though. 85, 82, 81, but the Golden Guardians being the 3rd in the trio. And Boars Gaming are definitely within striking distance, right, of that Yara crew. But, I mean, that's kind of it. Right, there's no way that anybody else is going to be able to jump up towards where the Boars are, where Yara Crew are towards the end of today with 2 matches left to play. Our back page now featuring Vincere Mortem blank, and that is not what we expected coming into this one. I didn't put them in my top 3. I thought, it's fairly likely that they could be there, but after the last day and a half, yeah, I think I was right not to put them in there. It is unfortunate what they've been bringing to the table. Lackluster, seemingly very, very rattled by the games they've seen.
Yeah, well, would you say you were right, though? Because I think if we look at last week, they
with
did
the information
extremely well.
Yeah, with the information we had, it was a choice of, do I put exactly the same as blank, or do I change what I want to say? Because you put your predictions in a little bit before I did, so I was like, I can't put the same stuff. But I did put her Yara Crew in, so that was a good result for it. And I'm very happy about that, obviously, because they are exceeding expectations. That last match, though, whilst their lowest placement wasn't their lowest points game, they did finish in a 5th place with no elims. So, yeah, technically, not their worst game, even though they went out very, very early. We've got a couple of highlights. We're going to be back with another map after this one. I think we've got Miramar up next for our final 2 maps to kick off for the day. So, we'll see you guys in a minute. Hello and welcome back to the final 2 matches today of the PMGO. We are looking for our best teams from Western Europe to send towards the global stage, and by all accounts, we may well have already found them, Blank. With the top 2 teams head and shoulders above the rest, they may have already locked down their qualification spots to the tournament later this year. It is a race for third place, though. There is a lot of other teams looking to go and jump up those tables. We saw a really sharp jump in that last match.
Yeah, we did. I think that for at least our top 2 teams, it's pretty obvious at this point who we're going to be sending. At least ish. I think it would take a lot tomorrow to change that. And even today, I was trying to give some caveats that maybe there could be some difference makers, but it's not looking likely, is it, John? Realistically, but still having a hard-fought battle for third place, which is nice.
Yeah, it really is. It's nice to see teams not taking this one lying down, as our plane path sends down towards Minister Sur from just to the east side of Truck Stop, over Impala, over Los Leones as well. We'll see what Miramar has to offer us today. Hopefully not going to see too many hot drops. We've had some pretty crazy situations, especially with that plane path coming through on Erangel being so hard south today. Just Rondo in general, having 2 Rondos, that as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of a calmer start to proceedings to see what's going to kick us off here. Yara crew out in Impala. Uncontested there. On the north side, you've got Demon as well as 1715 near El Azahar, but they're far enough away from one another. They're going to grab vehicles and send on through. I think the question that you may ask yourself, Blank, is are TBSS going to be in Cobraria for the next 7 minutes?
Yeah, I may ask myself that. I've learned to just trust the process with that team now. I mean, they have some interesting hits. I think for TBSS, I'll keep saying is I can't be too mad at that team a lot of times, because although they make mistakes, it's like a lot of times after they make those mistakes, they try to quickly fix them. If that's not from the next match that they have, or even during the game. So you know, I'm never unhappy with a team that seems to be learning. I like teams that learn.
Absolutely, they showing improvement. I mean, it's an incredible indicator, right, for the future, where maybe you're not thinking about this tournament, you're thinking about next year's games. What can you achieve there? How far can you get on that run, and gradually, incrementally improving? If you keep doing that, you will be eventually the best. Obviously, at some point, you might hit a ceiling, but hopefully that won't come before you're able to get to those global stages. We'll have to wait for TBSS maybe to develop into that sort of top tier team, because right now I think it's safe to say they're not quite there yet, but there are those decisions that could be made better, potentially a little bit of improvement on gun skill, or at least the ability to take the engagement with favorable positions. There you go.
Ooh,
favorable really gave me the runaround on that one. Maybe I need some more favorable positions to take sentences on.
Potentially. I'm not going to put it past you. I'll leave you to it, though. You make it happen. We are going to head over towards that eastern side. We did start off with like a kind of a bad plane path overall, down towards that south side. I think most teams will be probably looting late. You know, on the map, it doesn't look too bad for where teams are currently, but it's still a bit of a journey. I mean, even Vincherry Morton right now, they are having to travel all the way up to El Pozzo. We are 3 minutes into the match and they have yet to start looting. So that's never a good thing.
No, it's gone maybe a little bit slowly for our liking. Circle, yeah, very chill on a central area, and should allow things to go through as expected. Not too much to worry about. I think this might be one of the only games today where we don't see some action unfolding early on this Miramar. I think the northeast side probably has the biggest potential to get messy, with 1715 and Demon close to one another. They could potentially find one another on their route out down past El Azahar, potentially for Team Demon, past 1715, or maybe 1715 are going to head out towards them. It seems like they might want to, but they are still a couple of 100 meters away from each other.
It is. I think this is kind of it's a weird one, right? Where we did get such a southern playing path, yet Team Demon and the guys of 1750 still managed to end up so close to one another. Not typical. I think the correct word is atypical here for both the teams. Nonetheless, for Team Demon, bit of a more difficult run-in. As they're going to have to push through the guys on 17-15 likely a little bit later on, which is going to further delay them, which is really unfun considering how far they pushed out to get towards this part of the map. A lot of teams trying to confirm a little bit further towards that central arena of the map. Everyone knows that if this does keep going central, you're getting over towards that really barren valley that sits towards the eastern edge of Picardo. Never fun to play in, so everyone wants to get towards a position they can play nice and early. We get to see the old horse back out of the game with Swat Europa.
Oh yeah, on the road again. Just a Skiro and his trusty steed, taking on the world right now until he finds a buggy, and then he'll leave it by the roadside and abandon it completely.
And we'll never see it again. It's probably useful for the first 5 minutes of the match.
Yeah, I mean it's what you drop on. You grab the horse, you find a different vehicle. Basically, it's just so exposed on the back of the horse, right? That's the main difficulty for it.
It's
so
worse than a buggy. Yeah.
Overexposed for the rotations that you're going to be wanting to make later into the game. Yeah, he's not even going to find his own vehicle. He's going to just jump in his mates and try and get on the road that way.
Yeah, well, I do think that it's a nice addition, right? Because you only have so many set vehicle spawns, and having some additional in there does definitely give you a little bit more capability, especially in that early game. It's a little bit harder to roam around as much. It's not a terrible addition to the game. I think it's especially nice for the early game, and that's basically what it is there for, right? It's for the early game. Gods Reborn getting into position around Graveyard and Minas Generalis. You can see here, like, this is the center of the map. You don't really want to be going over towards it. I do think this is bold. This is very bold to think you can take this. They are just rocking up on it, seeing what they can get done.
All right. Well, no knocks sent their way so far. Kodiak now wanting to hold this out, but they're a little bit split. Gods Reborn may have found themselves an opening, but the blue gets blasted back, and Winnie able to find one. The trade not quite there, though, unfortunately for Kodiak, because they just don't have the numbers in this location. They need to regroup faster. Winnie is holding the angle, but with his teammate down, needs 20 and Frizzo to get into the location as fast as possible. Memodal is relying on them. They do manage to marshal their forces, and now Gods Reborn playing as 3 after losing 1 on the roll-up, or previously. Gonna have to piece themselves back together. Yeah, faltering on the approach. XYZ caught on the cross, not quite going down fully. Bounce on the nade, not quite sure about that one when he steps out wide. Frizzo threaded through on the off angle there. And there is that a third party? No, it's just 20. Able to land some shots over towards Gentleman. XYZ looks for the heal up, looks to step forwards, does have a teammate alive behind him, but he's going to charge straight on in, trying to dominate the battleground right now. And actually doing a lot of damage here to Kodiak. This is really bad news for them, as they were looking to try and fend off the players looking for third place. They lose yet another, and the reses need to come through now. 20 is there, looks for the shutdown over towards Gods Reborn.
Kodiak, again, I think it's very bold to think you can grab this, but they've not been doing a terrible job at getting in there. The Gods Reborn starts to look a little bit more difficult. There's Team Demon going down to 17-15. That's exactly what we thought would happen, and has happened over towards the northeast side of the map. And we're heading over towards the valley. Pretty grim Miramar. Luckily, there's only one today.
We're seeing it again. The desert fraught with danger, more so for Kodiak than a lot of other teams. They go down with 1 point blank. It's almost certain that they don't end this game in third place. Would require Ritzy, Golden Guardians, as well as Gods Reborn, who they just took a fight with. Not to get too many more points now. Epsilon Axe charging in for the fight against Alpi. Trying to deny them performance once again. Last player standing now for Alpi. They've only got 1. Jakey is alive, but a little bit removed from this one. About 300 meters northeast of this location. Around the La Bendita crater, just on the west side of it. Close to Gods Reborn, in fact.
Yeah, for Gods Reborn, Alpi is that little bit of a threat off in the distance. But they were dispatched fairly quickly. All right, down to just one. You don't really want to have that singular player just looming. Can always take down one, get a couple of knocks over to your way. Very unfortunate. Hatyara crew rocking off the Epsilon Axe. I think I know what's about to happen.
It's potentially a little bit predictable. But there's an opener. There's Golden Guardians giving a little assist to Epsilon Axe, but seems like they're not going to try and take advantage of that. Golden Guardians may, however, just try and roll into this fight. As they find another knock. That's the flush coming through onto AZM, so maybe there's a chance here. Lassie going very low as well. A nade in from Skylo over towards Calais. Doesn't quite connect there. Pops in through the vehicle. Yeah, Golden Guardians doing a lot of work in this fight. Finding those off angles against Hatyara crew, who have been busted down to 3. In a pretty important position as well on the south side.
Hatyara crew. I thought it was going to be predictable. What I didn't predict was Golden Guardians also having a shout into this one. Certainly caused more problems than not for Hatyara crew. Losing one player right off the bat. This does get a little bit more tense. This area of the map now. For our squads. Pretty much
Definitely
Epsilon
does.
Axe as well as Hatyara crew just have to wait this one out. They can't really afford other than just sending nades through to peek out over too much, because then they invite Golden Guardians in.
There's the opener. Skylo down. Skylo found. QWERTY, though, rotating around on the off angle. 77 moving in on the east. So Hatyara crew do need to take this fight. Getting an opener now is brilliant news. They find one and he steps out for the flush. Wait for the backlines to back him up, and they do just that. Hatyara crew take a knock, but the Golden Guardians will have heard this. They need to drop in now. They need to stamp straight through that door frame and see what they can find, but it's a little bit slow, Blank. Loco is already going to find this res onto Calais. They're in, but the nade's only just cooking. Calais needs to move. Doesn't quite find it through with the nade. Oh, take that back. He does manage to get it on in. Loco now and Lazzy on the back foot. Maybe Golden Guardians have taken the tempo that they needed. Just a little bit on the back foot, but they still find the opener. They still get that flush, and now Hatyara crew with 3 points only this match. Might be going down early with 4 players descending on them. Loco needs to come up big. Goes for one, steps out for the other, finds the corner. They're playing off one another beautifully. Lazzy's there for the backup, and they manage to even the numbers very, very quickly. Rainer off in the background could potentially third party this as well, and they're looking for the flushes. Is he coming? No, that's been Cherry Mortem in the Elim feed there. Spooking me with the other red logo, but Lazzy goes down, and it is all up to Loco. He finds another one as well. His teammate will fall, but now against Hoxie. Needs to come up big. Underarm with a Molotov. Burns him back out of the building. And in a 1 versus 1, Rain are going to start to third party. A Rain on his parade, and Loco needs to get something done. No, he's out.
Almost an insane nade to end it for the 1v4. I think that's what he was looking for. I think he was just looking for a highlight clip. Heard the players rocking up to his side, but I was just looking for that miraculous nade. Yeah, really well done to Loco. It did take like a quarter of the lobby to shut Hatyara crew down, though, which is saying something. As they end this game at 6 elims at 13 minutes in. And now there's an opportunity for Boars once again.
I mean, they've got like a quarter of the points of the lobby, so that kind of makes sense, right? If you distribute the amount of power needed to take them down, I think that kind of makes sense to me in my mind. But yeah, Boars. I think you're right. Actually, Boars with an opportunity, but they're in Picard right now, Blank, and that's a tough rotate out in this circle.
Yes, it is. Ricardo, where they're currently playing on the southern edge, they can move a little bit further up. I don't particularly enjoy this circle. I think we've seen it a little bit earlier in this tournament too. Good shot there coming through from Boars. But we have seen this circle before in the tournament. It didn't keep as much as San Martin in though. Over towards the western side. So there is always that potential at the plateau being in. Already down to 10 to... Wait, 26 players? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams fought in that fight that we just witnessed, right? It was I think it was a couple of third parties sort of layered on top of each other. A lot of teams went down there. SWAT Europa as well. We had them in a picture-in-picture over on the east side. We're taking a fight really back and forth. They lost most of their players. Rain are still in this one on their southeast side. After coming off of their fight on the final third party. But yeah, it seems to have just shredded the lobby quite quickly. I think there's just been lots of scuffles.
I feel bad for Rain. They always seem to come into these circles late and then just get shut down. Like, they've successfully made the first 3 rotates, and then once they see another team, it's over. Which has been a reoccurring trend. So they've not been really getting a lot of practice, I would say, in these matches.
You know what I would say, though, is that before, I was thinking Kodiak, there's no way they end this game in 3rd place. That's looking a little bit more likely right now. Golden Guardian's now 1 point shy of them, but still not over that hurdle. Fritzy with 2 players. They might be able to survive quite deep, though, into this match, with Venturi Mortem and Boars potentially clashing to their southwest.
Yeah, the spot they're in is really good for survival's sake. They're playing around the shack as well. They're fairly hidden. This is a little bit more leaning over towards the eastern side, in which case TBSS, they do hold, like, the compound to play around with. But I'd love to see this head over towards the plateau. I always enjoy plateau finishes. Takes some very good gun skill towards that side, and then you always get these scuffles towards the, like, almost broken down barren compound that sits towards the center of it.
Spray over for Dakimi, not quite connecting. Boars trying to go down low ground and rotate through. At the moment, there's not too much stopping them on the east side, and I think they could have some success if they just keep going around, potentially look to crash onto Ritzy. But, I mean, with Venturi Mortem above them, that third party would be absolutely brutal. They do not want to get bogged down in that, which is why they're being a little bit slower with it. Dakimi, with the nades cooking, they're trying to exchange them up and down the cliff. Not the sort of gift exchange you want to be involved with. There's a nade from Safix. That looks pretty good. He finds the knock and a lot of damage onto Snowix as well. One more nade in hand. But it looks like they're going to crawl away from it. Not quite going down to it, but these reses need to come through fairly quickly in pretty short order. Shum with more ordnance over the top. 5 nades in hand. Another nade down from up on high, but it's not quite finding the mark for Venturi Mortem.
Yeah, they have to send them along. This is against the point where you're kind of questioning of whether you're wasting nades here. That is a really good pickup from Wagnazada. Unfortunately, Terminus does go down on the front line. Sematena will find him. Robs has to back off. 2 players are down from Venturi Mortem.
At the moment, the numbers are in the favor of Boars. Wagnazada on the low ground has Sematena on lockdown right now. Shum on the back lines, not quite in a position to go for these reses just yet. They are clambering back together, and Snowix is making that all the harder. Robs now, after healing, pushes Sematena back off. Shum goes down as well. Snowix huge on the off angle here, and Venturi Mortem may just be dispatched for it. Looks for the first flush, looks for the second and third as well. Sematena's off. He's into the wind. He's not going to stick around at all.
This is an unbelievably difficult fight, by the way, for Boars. I actually have no clue how they won this. It's one of those situations where you coexist until the team up top runs out of nades or doesn't want to throw anymore because they want to save that utility for endgame. Doesn't really end where you're getting these silly shots as they're picking their heads over the top. So very much some quick shooting coming through from Boars. I don't really know how they won this fight so handedly.
I mean, it was Wagnazada, basically, getting that first pick, like you said.
It was Wagnazada.
Opening that one up. And I think Snowix on that off angle as well maybe caught them by surprise. Shum not able to handle that angle. And yeah, I think they played it well. They didn't sort of just cower as well behind the cliff face. They actually took some initiative in that engagement. They didn't just take it lying down. They weren't just sort of, oh, we're just going to play in our bomb shelter and try and survive. They actually made decisions proactively, and I really liked it. I think it went very well. They did lose Terminus, but I think overall they played it quite well.
Yeah, again, losing 1 player there, I think that's a result and a half. That's a very, very good result. And they spot Sematena, and we'll take him down. Good stuff. Very good stuff. There needs to be less of that.
Yeah, less of that, please. Come on. I don't
Less
need to be tutting so much during these broadcasts. It's just not good for the microphone. Ritzy with 2. I mean, we talked about how they can definitely survive pretty deep into this one, but I think with the Boars, given their profanity, to
What's your profanity?
take those fights up and down the cliffs. Ritzy may indeed need to be on the lookout to try and make sure they don't make too much noise.
Indeed. But you're all right. This is a very typical position for players to jump into. And Boars have literally all the time in the world to clear this. So much time. The fact that we're only down to 18 players, 7 teams. This is just easy for Boars. I think they're very surprised about the amount of space that they currently have to play around with. I think they'd be even more surprised if they sent slightly further towards the north.
I mean, this is what happens when you play Miramar straight after Rondo, right? Teams forget. Teams forget that you're supposed to play for the middle and late game a little bit and try and actually play for longer than 15 minutes in a lobby. Someone needs to maybe send them a reminder. Rain with 7 elims, though, Blank. And they are now all the way up on the north side of this circle. After a wide wraparound to be able to get up there, they're in a pretty solid spot, as are TBSS.
Well, like I said, I think for Rain, it's a case of usually they die on approach because the team holds them out. There are no teams. There are no teams.
Yeah, well, they've made sure that seven of them players aren't in this lobby. I think they're the highest elim count right now.
Oh, they're doing great. They're doing really good. Ooh, interesting. So we do have the runoff that heads down towards the TBSS compound, but it's not confirmed on TBSS. So a little bit weird in the way this one plays out. I would still say that TBSS has the advantage here because they've got so many sight lines that look over towards the western side. It's very easy to give away your position. Balls. You got to be careful about Ritzy, man.
Oh. I mean, they've been here for quite a while. They weren't engaged in that fight with the Boars down to the south side. Boars probably didn't see them rotate into this location. The vehicles are probably quite far away from them at this point. This is really dangerous territory. You're right. It's check under your feet. There are snakes in the grass.
Difficult for Boars to really 100% check this, though. I think for Snowix, he has to get right to the edge of that cliff face. And Bully actually finds Vagnasada. He was playing frontline on the over towards that north side. I think he'll likely get run down here. Yeah, so Boar's going to be losing 1 player, dropping them down to just 2. And this was their opportunity once again, John. And they're not getting too much further into this game in terms of those placement points. We're still around about only 1 placement point available.
Yeah, it's not the dent you want to be putting in. To be fair, they are still making it possible with all of the games tomorrow for them to be able to take that first place spot out. But there's only so many opportunities that Yara Crew are going to give you. That is if they're able to find their feet again in these games. But yeah, for the Boars, far from ideal. And now they join Ritzy. Is this 2-player squad on the cliffs looking to just take shots at TBSS if they move, or Rain if they try and get a little bit too froggy.
Indeed. Everyone playing a very slow game, and understandably so. It was an extremely potent game earlier on, and people call this the Valley of Death for a good reason. Over on Miramar, a lot of people going down. Boars will find XYZ, which is now Gods Reborn eliminated. It's a good pickup from them. And Robs has passed Ritzy. Where are they?
Okay.
Oh, so directly next to him.
Oh, should be hearing that now. Robs is ready. Not quite quick enough on the trigger. Tupac able to shut down Robs. Now Boars on 1 player. He definitely was. It felt like they knew. He may have made a shuffle, made a little bit of a sound, and Yeah, well held by Tupac there to be able to keep himself alive. Rain on the north side, though. I feel like this is potentially going to be a defining game for them in their finals. This could be their opportunity to come out big here. 9 elims so far, a couple more still left in the lobby. They could potentially get 9 more if they're able to sweep every single point into their pocket. That is a pretty tall order. An 18 elim chicken dinner is no slouch. TBSS potentially thinking about extending their influence outside of the compound right now. And I feel like that's what they probably should be looking to do. It depends on what sort of information they have. And also how strong this solo hold from Jakey on Alpi is on the southeast side.
I'm slowly thinking more and more that this is probably their favorite map for Team Rain is Miramar. It's where they've had the most success in the long run across knockouts as well as finals. So, but again, we don't get to see a whole lot of Miramar throughout the days. It's mainly Erangels, which is a little bit sad for the team. Jakey's been here before, by the way. There's, I think, his second outing as a solo on Miramar towards a late game finish. I don't think Rob's actually heard either of those players, by the way. I think he was just doing his due diligence, checking all his corners. It's a pretty typical spot for players to hide in, actually.
Yeah, it's really important in those defilades. I mean, you know that there could be players there. Snowix goes down. You've got to make sure you're getting your Jake Gyllenhaal done. Otherwise, it's... yeah, it can come crashing down around your ears, and they lose one, they lose two. Rain are able to pick one off. Ritzy able to pick another. Finally, Rain get the final blow dealt, and the Boars only make a 3-point gain on Hat Yara crew with the placements they were able to earn, which is not great. 2 opportunities given, 2 opportunities potentially squandered. But the Boars still up on a magnificent 139, and then the 2 placements, I think, that they were able to earn. So yeah, over 140 points they've been able to earn so far with 1 more match to play today. So again, just really huge stuff coming through.
Yeah, it's just been hard to catch Hat Yara crew. That's about it. Anna will burn out 17-15. Pretty typical spot to play for him. And Ritzy lives out to a top 4, which is very impressive as the 2 players they were. Anna is going a little bit crazy right now. Bully will go down to TBSS, and this is where it gets really difficult. For TBSS, I didn't expect them to flex out too much. They have flexed at least Tornado out to the side of the vehicle. But like I said, that is the compound. And as players, even though it's not fully in the circle, players getting forced off this high ground into open area, it's a death sentence. And if you've got any cover over towards the eastern side, you are having a great time off the back of it.
There's the shutdown onto the knocked player from Ritzy. So racking up that point. Rain are still earning loads and loads of points here. The TBSS are on 1 elimination so far, Blank. Sure, they've got prime location, but finishing now would make their game pretty disastrous, right? They need more points from this location, or they need to confirm on this chicken dinner. Sure, it's a really solid spot, but there are openings. There is potential. They've allowed the team to get up towards it, but Tornado bobbles a nade out underneath them. They're able to find 1 and 2. A double blast back, and that is huge on the pickup. Tornado even stays alive for it. And another knock sent out for the play zone. Tickle him with the bullet, sends him back running, and now it's Anna left remaining. Ritzy may have just jumped up into 3rd place. Could potentially even get 2nd, depending on if Jakey gets spotted.
Oh, Anna not able to make it down the hill, and like I said, Ritzy get himself 2nd place off the back of this, dropping loads of smokes. Jakey spots Excalibur, moving out towards the side. He is very hidden. This guy's doing the old Bear Grylls trick.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, I felt the want to take shots there. I could feel it. You could smell it from this angle. Playing underneath the ramp there, the loop-de-loop. They just don't know. They may think there's 2 players in this location, but TBSS definitely have him on surround, and there's a 2nd place for Alpi to be able to rack that one up. There's 4 players to deal with, though, and now they have to try and find it. Game of hide and seek now to close down our Miramar. Everybody looking to roll it around, but TBSS able to look for, well, I won't get ahead of myself because there's that first knock, but potentially look for a chicken dinner. Gets the point, gets the flush, has to run out of cover now, though. And over to challenge on the open ground.
Oh, nothing.
He's there. Yeah, Tornado able to get that final shot through as well. And TBSS find themselves a chicken dinner blank. Slow and Steady wins the race.
Do you know what I was surprised by, though? Is that the algorithm gave Jakey a 14% chance of that win. Which is pretty generous, I would say, versus TBSS. I can't tell if that's an insult or not.
I mean, he either wins or he doesn't, right? So 14%.
Yeah, 50-50. But yeah, I think that. But I think for TBSS there, it's an easy game in terms of you pick the right compound, you win. I don't think there's too much special about this game for TBSS. It is that area where if that compound stays in and it forces players off that high ground on the western side, they win the game. It's as simple as that. But they were able to get towards that really key compound nice and early, so congrats to them for doing a great job of that early rotate, which is what we had complaints about of them before. So definitely changing stuff up here.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have a little bit of shuffle in their step. They're ready to start to stride out, hopefully. A little bit low on the elim count, but you can't sniff out a chicken dinner. 60 elims on the game. All four of... well, actually, not all four of TBSS staying alive to the end. So 1 point denial came through. I think that was the knock on the high ground, actually, that went over towards Rain to find that point. 12 elims coming through from Team Rain, and they get 16 points. And they do, in fact, tie up TBSS in terms of their points tally. So even Steve is at the top there. But are there teams with more points than 16? I think there may well be.
Don't know. I don't think so. I think most of the teams that got a lot of eliminations early on went down early on. But I could be wrong. Bully was able to get themselves an MVP on this one, 5 eliminations and 766 damage done on this match with 4 knockouts. It's a pretty good conversion rate for them. I think Rain could have maybe had a stronger game if this one got over towards the western side. Again, this is very much circle look on their side of things. I think they're quite frustrated. I would be frustrated not getting a second place there. I think it was very possible for them to get that one done. But Ritzy play a really good game of hide and seek, as do most players in this match. Is just a lot of hide and seek towards that end game.
Yeah, I mean, Boars also had a really strong fight up and down the cliff. They obviously came a cropper on trying to tumble down it, but so did everybody else from that western side, to be fair. A really tough finish for everybody out on the western edge. So, yeah, denied the opportunity to jump up and put a massive dent in the gap between them and Yara Crew, especially given how Yara Crew go down. But they do get 6 points for their troubles, Blank. And Boars only get 9. So as I said, 3 points is the dent that they're able to put into that difference. But it is still within striking range. No massive points earners on this game, actually. Fairly level.
Yeah, it's no one really getting above anyone else. It's a very nice little stairway drop off in terms of points. 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then 0 for SWAT Europa. I think that's the nicest stairway of points we've seen in quite a while. Most of them have been going over to one team in particular, and that's Yara Crew, who did actually have the worst game ever for themselves. Not
on points. Not on points.
Not on points, though.
Not on
worst
points,
game
but...
placement-wise.
Yeah, it was pretty dire on their placements. They did go down very early. A lot of teams were involved in the fight that did end up taking them down. So yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate, but they went down 13th place with 6 elims last match. This time around, actually pretty similar. So yeah, it's not ideal, but they still have complete dominance over the top spot. 169 points, Boars with 141. That's definitely catchable over the next match and next day as well after that. But this battle for third place has 4 contenders, all really giving it a good go. And in fact, Ritzy able to take up the mantle of that podium away from Kodiak.
Yeah, again, for Kodiak getting dropped into 4th place, it's not a great feeling for them, I imagine. After having such a strong performance in that knockout stage, to be now in 4th, after being so dominantly up towards at least the top 3 every time. Yeah, that's a change of pace for them, absolutely. As we're heading towards our second page, which looks a little bit more how I would imagine our first page should be looking realistically in terms of the drop-offs. But yeah, again, a lot of teams very close to one another. there's still a huge amount of chance to jump around on that leaderboard.
Yeah, there's so much volatility. The drop-offs towards the end are starting to get a little bit insurmountable to be able to jump up for teams like Epsilon Axe, like Far Voice Gaming. SWAT Europa are, yeah, they're going to struggle to jump up there, I think it's safe to say. Too little, too late, maybe. But to be honest, with how Yorikaru boards doing what they're doing, it's too little, too late for basically everybody in this lobby. So at this point, it is about getting good experience on board, getting as much as you can out of the games that you're playing, getting as much money as you can out of the tables as to where you finish.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, because it is so volatile, there's a lot of money on the line that can be gained. So, you know, there's still a huge amount of chance for a huge amount of these teams to really switch things up on the rankings. But speaking of these teams, let's take a look at some of their highlights from that last game.
Hello and welcome back for the final match of today, where the Boars have been giving them a good run for their money at the top of the table. So Yorikaru still, though, at the top of the pack fairly definitively. Going down fairly early in their last two matches, but they have one more match to maybe find another chicken dinner. We'll have to wait and see. We've got Erangel to come up next, Blank.
Indeed we do. Our final Erangel of the day and our final match of the day. Which is going to be a good fun one. It should be a good fun one. I'm excited to see what exactly does go down, because there's still a chance for some of these teams to switch things up in terms of that third place. Also, maybe Boars get themselves in a position where they can jump up towards that top side of the table tomorrow, maybe. Who knows? Who actually knows? But I do think that third place is where I'm most excited to see where things do end up lying at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. It's the most tightly fought race. There are 4 teams sort of in that mix, in that position to take that podium. Ritzy obviously with big game coming through previously and converting on a fairly solid game in that last match as well, playing well around 2-Pack's position on the rocks, able to do a lot of damage to the Boars. Yeah, really, really great stuff coming through. I feel like Gods Reborn kind of haven't done anything standout for me, but they are just so consistently earning those middling points. And I have said before that that's the sort of thing I want to see from a lot of teams. So yeah, I guess I'm a Gods Reborn fan as well.
Good, I'm glad. I mean, I was always a Gods Reborn fan. It was just a sad thing we didn't get to see them get too much further into their matches because they were hot dropping on Pachinki fairly often. Which is always a bit of a detriment. But now they're getting further into their Erangels because they don't have to do that anymore. That's not part of the game plan. Wild, I know.
Yeah, well, that's they can thank SWAT Europa for that, right? Obviously, SWAT Europa being the bigger team and moving away from that drop location that was hampering both of their performances. I mean, the first match that SWAT Europa did do that, of course, they transitioned over and they got really deep into the game. Did they get the chicken dinner that match? They certainly went very, very late into that game and got quite a lot of points for it. So, yeah, a reward was reaped for their troubles. Today, though, the Erangel that we saw where everybody was really corralled into the south side was a little bit messy, right? With that plane path to start things off. So, hopefully we'll see something different this time around.
Yeah, hopefully. I do think that overall on Erangel, there has been like a little bit of upsets here and there in terms of performance, but Sosnovka is definitely the biggest part of the map, which has caused a huge amount of problems. I think that maybe we get another one, maybe we get a third one. I'd love to see a third one. I want to see if teams have learned their lesson at all here, or not. Maybe we get a little bit more teams over towards that north side. Maybe we get all the teams on the north side. No one's playing on the south anymore.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. They'll try and maybe transition up towards that top side of the map if they can, if they want to. But yeah, we can't force them to. And if they don't go for it, they don't go for it. Plane just about ready to load up now, Blank. So we are going to be getting in very, very shortly. Yeah, the plane path's getting ready to go. Okay, we're taking off. We are over the skies now as we take to Erangel for the last time today. We'll see who's going to end at the top of the pack because it is a little bit more closely fought than maybe we thought it might be at the start of the day. The Boars are keeping pace right now with that Yara crew, slowly and incrementally, but they are doing so. Plane path very far to the west side here, Blank, but General should be okay getting out to that east edge. Yasnaya may be a little bit less accessible, though.
Yeah. Yasnaya definitely a little bit more out of the way, but again, you can play over towards that north side of the map, wrap round towards Yasnaya, play from there. Very, very doable overall. You have Yara crew probably dropping around school again, and Cherry Morton nice and early out on this. Fireworks Gaming going to my least favorite drop spot in the entirety of Erangel. Do not enjoy Zaki drops at all. It's a little bit out of the way.
Yeah, they are going to get out fairly early, though, so there is the potential to grab loot for the first minute or so, and then get on the road as fast as you can, shoot out towards Severny, potentially, grab those vehicles, because as we know, not many teams looking towards Severny. Kodiak most likely going to be heading over to Yasnaya. I think Farvoice were actually the team to send out to Severny the fastest when we had our South Plane Path North Circle.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's a great spot to play. I don't think it's a bad spot to play whatsoever. You see a lot of high-level teams that play over towards Severny because it's a great spot for edge style teams to play from because they have the pick of the litter of where they want to come from. You could even swing around Kameshki if the circle heads over towards that eastern side. So I don't think Severny's a bad drop spot to start from. Has left Kodiak a little bit high and dry here where they're unsure where to play from. It's a bit of a trash split drop.
I mean, the fact that they haven't really gotten too much further than they are for Kodiak, they do need to potentially get on further. Oh, love the outfit, love the drip, but C block hot drop. Okay, hadn't spotted this one. On the south side, there's quite a few teams actually on the military island with Rain holding the west bridge. Boars are alone in Novo right now, but they may want to get stuck in. Uriel isn't going to need to worry about the rooftop anymore. As Azar, he's spotted with a nade. The Skyloat takes up the stairs as well. Epsilon Axe trying to play from underneath. Havoc on a hot drop as well. Okay, Ritzy taking down one of their players. That's over towards Ferry Pier, so that Ferry Pier hot drop does continue in this situation. Ritzy definitely have that one in hand, as they've already managed to find two players from Havoc. Epsilon Axe continue to put pressure on Team Demon. They turn the corner. Carlos tries to go for the drop down. Does get a little bit of damage, but they're waiting for them to push back up the stairs, waiting for them to go on the off angle. Carlos is spotted with a Molotov. Will be tagged up, will be taken down, steps in. They go 1-for-1 on the trade. Yeah, that's going to be a nice little pickup there coming through from Epsilon Axe, and Team Demon not so happy with it.
No, for Team Demon, it has been like multiple situations where I think for them, they've had these fights early game that they just keep losing, which has not been great. And they're dropping down the leaderboard because of this. I do think that Team Demons, it seems like they're sort of running out of steam the further we get into this tournament, unfortunately.
Okay. LP, TBSS going toe-to-toe right now. Both losing players, but TBSS have already lost one, and Ronan has SWAT Europa to deal with as well. Fresh off the yellow trash loot, Ronan now with 3 or 4 players to deal with. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit too tall of an order. And again, it's Albana. Last player to stand for TPSS. They impressed previously, but yeah, this time around, a little bit too crowded on their drop. Maybe if they had tried to fully commit to a drop location in the area, other teams wouldn't have tried to stomp straight on top of them.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Moose and Fake are already disconnected. Fair enough. You know, we're done for the day. We're done for the day, boys. Call it quits.
Yeah, that's what Europa. Gonna try and rock on up to the compound. Alpi on the defense, going well for the first, and Obito able to get 1 and 2 as well. The off angle's working nicely. Crazy tries to hop in the buggy. Ayente boy very, very low. SWAT Europa having a terrible time here against Alpi. Cappuccino with a Molotov, and the nade combo nearly takes him down. It's so, so close. Will step out into the open broadside, though, and there is no way you're getting away from that one. Crazy trying to find an answer, but Obito not going to take the damage that's necessary, and off you get. It's Crazy to send away. You're not making this fight work for you. Alpi win that one out.
Good stuff. Again, the teams that we're really still looking at are getting further into this game. I think Kodiak, for them, they've taken this game very seriously, playing over towards the northern side. Waiting this out. I think they want to reclaim that third place spot going into tomorrow, most likely. The Boars and Yara crew, it's a bit of a hard fought fight right now, though. Absolutely. An insane hard fought fight. 2 boxers going at it at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, Yara crew, they started the day on 102 points, so they've earned 67 so far today, Blank, which is a brilliant result, all things considered. Just on today alone as well, to get 67 points on board, that is exactly the sort of record you need to be setting. Even if you're not getting 100 points, getting over a 10-point average is phenomenal and is likely going to be, would have been the sort of metric that I was looking at to judge whether or not you're on track to be a second-place team. But they've just exceeded this. Both them and the Boars have already exceeded a 10-point average, even after this match is concluded, by quite a way. And in fact, Yara crew are almost up to a 10-point average over the 18-match set, being 11 points shy of 180 points.
Would be an incredible result overall. It's Yara crew on our screens, the team that everyone does talk about so far, or is talking about. Molotov into nade. That has caused some big problems. Has to put the pin back in and wanders straight into it. Oh, that is rough. Loco with another nade through. Knows he can't really go anywhere. And what a bouncer. Will find Crazy. And this is why they're at the top of the tables.
Hey, look. Sometimes speaking Spanish is better than speaking English. And that time around, Loco better than Crazy. It is a nasty nade in through the window. The bombardment successful. They earn the point. Get rid of SWAT Europa. In the meantime, a lot of teams crowding up to the south side, lining the south edge of those Gatka fields from Pachinki all the way down to Quarry.
Yeah. I mean, for Golden Guardians, they do have a decent spot to play from. Over on this south side, work their way up towards the north, but Yara crew very much firmly cemented towards the center here. It's Venturi, Morton trying to work their way through Far Voice Gaming, but already a player does get knocked on the side of Venturi. Morton. Nico is healing up. It is a bit of a roadblock for them, right? A bit of a tricky push through, but for Venturi Morton, it's going to slow them down quite a bit if they don't continue to force their way through this gap.
Can't let that opportunity slide. Can't let it get away from you. Lining the north point now of Pachinki, playing up towards the church. Yara crew have got a lot of oversight. And leaving Loco on that hillside alone right now, I think, is going to work. But I feel like within the next 3 minutes, they need to send someone out to at least play a 2-2 on this location to try and keep that reinforced. Circle shrinks all the way down southwest, and it's more than likely they're just going to have to leave that spot anyway and play more towards Gatka. 17-15, they're in a scrap. Kodiak have their work cut out for them in a 2-for-2 trade. 2 knocks on either side right now. Taper makes another, looks for the 180 swivel, nearly goes for the 270, but not quite able to connect with it. He's 20 now, hopping around like a bunny rabbit. Spooked in the headlights as well. As he looks for the shot, but that is going to be cool, calm, and collected on the spray down. Brings it into a 1 versus 1 around the farm. And it's just Hayward left standing. 20 with the rounds in the chamber. Looking to unleash them. 2, 1, has to go for the reload. And the back off comes through, but the vehicle! Oh no! Steps straight into the line of fire. That is so nasty. And 17-15, dispatch Kodiak. We're at the last minute. The vehicle goes up in smoke.
God, what a crushing experience that is for Kodiak. A team that was trying to pull back their 3rd place spot away from Ritzy to go down like that is horrid. Coming to tomorrow, that's going to weigh heavy on the mind there. In the meantime, we headed down towards the fields. It's been a while since we've seen a bit of a field ending here, John, over on Erangel. Playing around those chopsticks and Gatka, but this could easily head further down towards that southwest side, end up in Quarry. We'll wait and see. It does feel like a bit more of a field ending, which, again, we could be cutting down players and teams very fast.
I think Gods Reborn may have had the right idea here. I mean, they sent very early. They were out on the east side of this one. They sent a scout forward. XYZ is gathering that info, feeding it back over to them, and picking their positioning. It's the, I think the compound might just be open there. Epsilon Axe just about starting to poke their noses in and might try and clash over it, but they are being slowed down by rain, embroiling them. Skylo might want to look for this flash, but do they have the time for it? Okay, they do. They managed to control the compound, and actually Gods Reborn may be a little bit timid on that rotation and that approach, but they do manage to get up to the hills that are slap bang in the middle of this one, and that probably is going to play out better for them in the long run.
For Epsilon X, this is not a bad place to play. Ooh. It has a nice bit of vision over towards that south side, which is great. And you can hold out a lot of teams coming in from Ferry Pier. I think it's an okay spot to try and confirm over towards. Again, the team is a little bit, the lobby is a little bit allergic towards that northern side. I mean, Gatka's still completely free. A lot of the compounds around there are completely free. And those are good compounds to play. I do think a lot of teams are just trying to confirm over towards the central side, though, so they can immediately rotate when we do head through to stage 3 on this one, which is happening very shortly.
Havoc playing as 2. And they're in a pretty pivotal position right now, with Zinc and Wings both slap bang in the middle. Gods Reborn happy about that rotate. Vincere Mortem as well on that western side, lining up, trying to keep themselves nice and healthy. Quarry being where it is actually really protects Vincere Mortem on the south flank. It's so difficult to rotate through that area. Everybody is very likely to push in through that side, but they maybe haven't read the terrain on that, or maybe they think differently. They've really pushed up towards the north edge, and to be fair, that could control northern rotates as well, so we'll see if that's going to work out well for Vincere Mortem. Meanwhile, Boars and Hatyara crew both going to have to move it from the east side.
Yeah, Boars able to find some good shots. I mean, Terminus, actually insanely long shot, by the way, from Terminus. Not able to hit those too often. Golden Guardians hunkering down in the shack, one of the few available areas to play from here, but even then we'll have to leave. A little bit of a botch nade. Drops on the windowsill. This next one should be a little bit better.
Steps out, and the fire's there. It's right at the doorstep, looking to get that first aid off. He knows they can't step through, and the Molotov's actually keeping him safe for a little bit longer, but back to Zada. 1 hop, 2 hop. And that is the Golden Guardians done and dusted for today. They've had some solid results, and they're up in 5th place. fairly neck and neck with Kodiak as well, looking to try and keep up that one. But Ritzy do have a big opportunity here to distinguish themselves from this third place race and jump up over the century at the end of the day. They've got 2 points. They need 9 more to be able to jump up over 100 points on this match. And they would love to see that. They would love for that result to come on through. The Boars and Hatyara crew, they want a whole heap of points for themselves as well.
Gods Reborn. A good spot, actually. I think Quarry's sort of a weird one right now down towards the southwest side because it cuts out a lot of space you can play. You don't really want to confirm over towards the central side of Quarry. You also have that horrible field that sits down towards the southern edge. Wrapping across there, it's not fun to play around with. Now you're seeing a lot more teams actually heading in towards that northern side to play around chopsticks.
Hatyara crew defending their post, but there is a knock from Vincere Mortem after they flexed out to that north side, getting a lot more oversight on the Gatka fields. Seemingly that's the objective of that northern rotate. Takimi wants to keep the pressure on, but I mean, Hatyara crew should be able to orchestrate a rescue there. No real reason for Vincere Mortem to send out and go for that one. Albana, the solo survivor in the shack, just trying to stay quiet as long as possible. Oh, nasty shift, and Hatyara crew didn't even need to branch out that far east, but it does throw a lifeline to teams like Boars and Alpi, who've been marching in from that east side for quite a while.
Yeah, really, really nice Boars there. Definitely throwing them a bone to work with. For Alpi, though, I do wonder how long it's going to be until they spot out Snowix. He seems to be able to just be part of the team right now on the side of Alpi. Sort of been able to corral them away like a sheepdog. Yeah, we are down towards that field on the south side. You have the northern edge to play around with. Teams on that southwest side who are hoping to keep a little bit of the compounds in that sit just towards that eastern side of Quarry are unsuccessful. So Ritzy now need to move. They're going to probably get over towards just the high ground that sits on that northeast. They will have to deal with Team Rain. You see on your screen right now, both teams are very, very close to one another.
Very smooth pickup there on Tupac. He's able to hop into the vehicle. Crispy drives him away. Lovely chauffeur service. Looking pretty fine with it. Looking pretty slick. And out they go. They're going to regroup and put more pressure over towards Epsilon Axe. Vincere Mortem move back down towards that south side. They're going to play it in towards the point that Gods Reborn are holding on the hill. Less interested in flowing out to the north side to take on Hatyara crew. I think it's safe to say. But yeah, Gods Reborn in a position here to do a lot in this lobby, I think. They have a lot of control over the middle. The fields are kind of their own game on the south side. So I think for Gods Reborn, more focusing on the hills on the north could come up pretty big, especially when you may be able to deal with Hatyara crew on that north if you do.
See how Alpi plays this one out, because it is Hatyara crew who's going to be sort of in their way, but they have the side swipe onto them. You'd imagine that Hatyara crew, because they've got eyes in the back of their head, do know that Alpi's playing around this area. Epsilon Axe, how long can they hold into this compound too? This is just on the edge of the field. It's a really strong area to play. It is hard to hold as 4 players, but very doable. Teams would love to crash that towards the late game. Right now, the Paws are just dismantling Team Rain, who's ahead of them. This is going to clear out a huge amount of space.
Alpi, though, moving in from that north side, getting fended off. Look at Robson Bagdazada. Immediately, the Dogs of War are unleashed. And Tikas and Cappuccino now have a really stalwart defense to try and come up against. That shack there for the Boars, looking to post those nades on in. Mitza sees the car, get a little bump to his side, but isn't going to take too much damage from it. Anna on the inside. Hoping Mitza can stay alive this time around, but they are split from one another. They are very, very separated. It's about 150 meters between the two of them. I don't think the Boars are going to be slowing down because of Mitza's sightline here. Could potentially be dangerous, but Alpi yet to crest that ridgeline. Teams are now starting to transition blank, and nobody forced to go for a fight just yet. The question is, does anyone want to go for a fight?
I think most teams are going to be waiting for that circle shift. Like I said, Epsilon Axe, that location is just such high priority. Every single team. And right now, the question more is, who's got the guts to make the send? Because that is a winning position. That is a winning position they have there. You don't want to get third-partied, but rolling up to it's so difficult. And you're right, Ritzy probably has the best chance because everyone else is going to have to assault this position, has to come across the field, which is so visible. Depths on Axe, who's going to assault them?
Or Boars, maybe. I mean, they're on a big run right now out to the west. They're establishing in the field. They may be stopping short. I don't think they've had enough information gathered over towards the compound to full send, but they've now put themselves into a position where they could potentially make it out there. Ritzy not really stopping that. The back step of Boars will regroup with the front, and they can start to pepper pot their way forwards. 1-2 punch. And actually, the open up towards 2-pack. That is huge. That is an opener, potentially overwhelm this field. And Boars could have free reign to jump in towards the compound from EPS. The nade over the top needs to land onto Nade God here. Aim God here. Goes very, very low. Takes some damage as well from an off angle. And the vehicles are coming in to try and find some defense, but Robs is going to continue battering them. Not quite connecting with these nades, though. 2-pack, very, very low. Aim God gets the heal off. Safe as well. Getting some heal coming on through. The rest of the Boars, though, want to keep this pressure up. They want it to be go time over the top against Ritzy. And that's the opener. Snowix gives them a door.
I mean, that is a really big opportunity for them. That entire time, the guys on Ritzy, they're essentially just trying to repair the damage, right? Trying to reassemble. But it's just not happening. 2-pack, though. Getting some good shots off. Takes down Vagnazada and Robs. Now just one player left alive here for Ritzy, trying to do the impossible.
Looks for the other. Snowix, the last to go for the Boars. Under the vehicle, the spray down, not quite there. A nade in hand could take down the Boars in one fell swoop. A big nade here is all it's going to take. Over the top, is it good? It bounces back, but in comes Vincere Mortem. Did they get the rundown? Did the nade come through? Goodness me, 2-pack there with a 1v3 hold on the nade. He did find it. He got so much damage poured on in, and Vincere Mortem tried to steal the glory at the final moment, but 2-pack. What a brutal way to finish it for the Boars. 8 points on the game, and Hayara crew still live.
Yeah, that's a disaster. That is a disaster. The Boars there. A great opening, followed by some iffy nades, I would say. It took a while before they grabbed Scythe up. But, yeah, incredible stuff. Incredible stuff.
Goodness me. All right. What a hold from 2-pack. Did so much work there. Assisted a little bit by his fallen comrades, but really good to have that sort of head on your shoulders. And the Boars, they're going to end their day without being able to make it up towards that 160 they found before. A nade in from Hayara crew. They're looking to jump up those tables as well. They've had 2 elims so far. They can rack up plenty more. Sweep down this eastern side. But the open fields before them, that is going to be their major test. Who can stand up to them, though? Because, I mean, it's Gods Reborn on the north side. This kind of is the last bastion for this lobby.
It really is. It really is. Gods Reborn just passing through towards Hayara crew. If Hayara crew does go down here to Gods Reborn, Boz will be thanking their lucky stars. I mean, they got 8 elims already on this match, so it's a decent result. But they would love for Hayara crew to go down. Right now, they're giving Gods Reborn a good fight for their money.
A nade over the top. Gods Reborn, find another. And over onto Calais. Loco and AZM both take a very low, a lot of damage being sent their way. I think this might be it for Hayara crew's run today. Some pretty shoddy performances. TCAS sees a delivery immediately. Says yes, please, even though he didn't order it. He'll take that one. Oh, a nice little bounce on the nade there. Oh, don't step into your... Oh, my goodness me.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
He nearly just blew himself up on that one. I liked the bounce around the other side. But
nice little nade, by the way.
Yeah, not if you step on it. I mean, that was on him. He did so well, and then it was like...
No, I'd agree. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. AZM, final player now for Hayara Cruz. The rest of Gods Reborn will flow on over. It's a nice bait coming through from blue as well. Doesn't immediately go in. On the sideline, dropping those smokes down. 5 grenades in his hands, though, is always a worrying thing. That's a good nade. It goes a little high, but the damage is still good.
Oh, there's another nade. There's more pouring through. He's got 3 first aids. He hasn't started to pop one. Now he comes through with it. I mean, God's Reborn, as the last Bastion goes, they're doing pretty well against that Yara crew. AZM wants to step up into the fight. Another net. I thought that was going to connect. I thought it was going to do a little bit more there. That fire extinguisher on his back doing heavy work to extinguish the blazes that are roaring around him. And Cherry Morton in the meantime. Are they taking the fight over on the west side? I think they might be. Finally, Yara crew go down, but that's a 5th place on the match, so still fairly high placement points. 7 points on the match, really slowing down the Boars' approach. Epsilon Axe struggling on the western side in the meantime. Vincherry Morton with 1 player left standing, and on the inside, I think, yeah, it's Havoc who have been taking this fight with Epsilon Axe. It's seemingly a very tricky thing to do. Wings tries to get fancy with the footwork, not going to work out. Zinc on the staircase, similarly fated, and Epsilon Axe able to win the compound, but they lose 2 of their players. And now God's Reborn with a big chance to jump up to 3rd place.
Yeah, likely a big win here from God's Reborn. We'll talk about how we're big God's Reborn's fans at the beginning of this game, and it all does come true towards the end of it. Really good stuff from the squad, honestly. I think that, again, determination is the best way to describe God's Reborn. They might not always have the best team fights. They may not always have the best rotates, but this team has been persistent in their approach towards the top side of the lobby. And they're making good on that promise.
Epsilon Axe up into 2nd place. Another well-placing finish for them today. After getting quite a few points on board earlier, but now with just 1 player left standing and a 1v4, you've got to think that this isn't going to work.
He's got a 34% chance, man.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely is phased right now, I think it's safe to say. 2 players vaulting in, opening the door, blasting it off its hinges, and down they go. God's Reborn able to find the final chicken dinner today. They will be jumping up into 3rd place. And I think they may have, depending on how many elims they got there, they could potentially be, I think they're just shy, actually, of getting up to 100 points today. I think they're on the 99 with those 9 elims that they're able to find, but brilliant stuff nonetheless. Bit disappointing for the Boars and Yara crew, neither able to break that deadlock of, they could do it towards the top of the tables, right?
This is their opportunity.
Yara crew fall down. They had 3 opportunities today for the Boars to really go in for it. Yara crew had an opportunity as well to really extend that lead in that last match. But, yeah, not going to happen. Either way, really big results across the board for both the Boars and Yara crew.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's funny that Boars can only do well when Yara crew is. It's like they get a fire lit underneath them. Though that game could have absolutely been a chicken dinner for the Boars. A bit of a fumble on the fight, really, versus the final player there from Ritzy. I think they lost control of that engagement. It went so well, though, and yes, they fumble some of the nades. They're getting a little bit of damage going in from Boars, and the whole point is they kept the pressure on that entire time, whilst the guys on Ritzy were desperately trying to put things back together. But I don't think there was much that they did wrong looking back on it. I think it's just a case of they got outplayed. They just got outplayed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate. They tried to take on Ritzy, who, to be fair, coming off of some strong performances today. They had a little bit of momentum behind them. That 3rd place in the previous game, that chicken dinner as well. Ritzy were feeling pretty good. And it really came through to show. God's Reborn, though, able to still keep up the pace and actually get the MVP title on board as well for Bablu. There's 4 elims coming on in.
You said that so horribly.
What, about the...
That's 4 elims he got there. Yeah, it's 4. It's only just 4 he got.
It's true, but they did have a quiet chicken dinner. I think it's safe to say 9 elims is fairly quiet, all things considered.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I mean, it's not that quiet, to be honest. But in the context of the lobby, yes. We keep seeing 17, 15, 16 elimination chicken dinners. Those aren't the norm. I think me and you, we have to remember that going into PMGO. That
yeah, we're going to get there and be like, these guys are so bad, man. They're only getting like...
Elim game's rubbish. Yeah. It's like, no, that's actually not terrible.
Yeah, you're right. I just had a look back with 15, 20, 15, 12. 11, 20, 17, 15, 8, 19, and then a 6 from that last match. So yeah, we've only had 2, I think, below 10 elims and getting the chicken dinner over the course of these finals. So yeah, you're right. It's fair enough. I think that's a pretty astute observation.
Yeah, but taking a look at the leaderboard, we do have Epsilon X getting 13 more points. Not a terrible day for Epsilon X, slowly working their way back up the lobby. And Cherry Mortem also getting deep into that match with 5 points total and 11 on that whole game for the placements and their elims. And here's our top players. Boris Wagnerzad is still staying there, Crispy up towards there as well, but it's 3 players from that Yara crew. Unsurprising, realistically, with the kind of performance they've been putting on.
Yeah, it's been fairly solid stuff. I mean, yeah, Crispy up there in number 4. This is a very similar table to what we saw at the end of last match as well. Those knockouts, those elims going very, very close right now, but the damage is a big standout for Loco there with 8.2 thousand coming on in. As the overalls flash up on our screen, 176 points for that Yara crew, which is 77 points ahead of Gods Reborn in 3rd place. There is just no way that they don't make it in. There is absolutely no way. A 77-point day is monumental. Hat Yara crew today got a 74 points on the day. I think Boars did more than that, potentially. At the I can't remember what they were on at the start of the day, but they're up to 149 points, which is really quite beefy.
It's a good day from both teams, let's be honest. I mean, Hat Yara crew 74-point day is very nice. For Boars Gaming, they get plenty of points on board for themselves too. I still don't think it's out of the realms of possibility that Boars Gaming are able to get a 1st place on this one, but at Yara crew, although slowing down towards the latter half of the day, a 74-point day is still very, very impressive.
Yeah, especially when you consider they're kind of, well, not full washes of their last games, but yeah, you're right. In that context, it's pretty solid. Vin Cherry Mortem not finishing today on the last page, a bit of a step up from them towards the end. They did manage to get a little bit of something going, but it's still just looking a little bit raggedy for them, which is fairly unfortunate. Team Rain with a couple of opportunities today as well, and they have not quite been able to follow through all the way. Team Demon with 40 elims on this back page and only 3 placements, really deciding to get stuck in early on a lot of these games.
Yeah, absolutely. 40 elims to 3 places is crazy, but also kind of explains why Team Demon is going down so early. Is maybe they are fighting a little bit too much, which, although, you know, would make sense to the name, it's not really great for the game.
No, it's not worked out well for them right now. They are in 13th place, and the volatility is starting to clear itself around these tables. You can see our games today.
Oh, almost the red logo sweep.
Elim. Yeah, nearly. TBSS. I mean, technically, does that count? Because technically, black and grey can be on the red spectrum.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
That's technically true, because they're not. It's be low, like zero saturation. Zero saturation, more. I can't remember what it is, but yeah, it could be. We're taking it. It's the red logo sweep. Brilliant stuff coming through for our teams here on the page. Obviously, Rondo, that 29-point chicken dinner coming through for Ritzy, was very instrumental in their ascendance to 3rd place right now, and a great day for them to be able to take that one home. They can be very proud of themselves. Unlikely that they jump up to meet the Boars blank, but it's Boars and Hat Yara crew going into the final day, leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. There is no one really who's been able to hold a candle to their point scoring capabilities. With one more day of games, though, who's going to take that top spot? That is the big question. Who is going to join them on the podium? Well, you have to wait and find out. That's coming at you tomorrow. Make sure you tune in then to see a little bit more of PMGO. Goodbye.